front, left.
Yo. Guys, I've got some great news. Fantastic news. I'm gonna be cutting straight to this window on my system right now because look at this follow count. One more, and it's anyway, I had to just point that out. I just had to point that out. Unfollowing, no, not anymore. No more unfollowing, okay? I know that's everyone's favorite pastime. It's America's favorite pastime is unfollowing me. But no, someone new has got to follow. I haven't gotten a follow in 9 hours. Someone's that's 9 hours too long. I need one more follow. Hello, welcome to the stream. How's it all going? Have you been accepted into the sink shitting WCS? I don't even know what that means. I shit in the sink so little, I don't even know what that means. Alright? I have to apologize for the mess behind me. I'm currently, you know, sometimes when this is all the space you have, sometimes you're in the middle of something and you have to use the space that you have. I still haven't cleaned up this table. This table's just, it's all like controllers and power supplies, and I just need to put it all away. But the thing is, I'm selling some of my PS2s, so it's useful to have some of them out. But I need to get rid of them, really. Unsubathon. Oh god, I did see that recently. Did you guys see that on YouTube, that some guy, he'd gotten 1 million subs, but then they sent him his 1 million sub plaque, and it came damaged, and so he thought it would be a really good troll if he got everyone to unsubscribe so he's below 1 million subs, and then resubscribe to get over 1 million subs to see if they would send him another one. Which, that's pretty cool. I think my assumption is that their system must be designed to deal with that, but maybe it isn't. Maybe they really do just send another one. Can't you just reorder one? I don't know, maybe. Thing is, fun fact, I never got a plaque. You know, you people are like, didn't you, where's your 100,000 subscriber plaque? Bro, I don't know. I never got it. Everyone was like, I talked to other YouTuber friends and they were like, oh yeah, you just get a code in your YouTube studio whenever you, and then you just take that to the store or whatever, to this exclusive YouTube partner store, and you use the code. And I'm like, well, I didn't get any code. I still haven't gotten any code. And I'm sure if I sent them a message, they'd probably be like, oh yeah, sorry about that. We'll sort that out for you. But I haven't done it because I think it'd be much more fun to drag it out for content. So one of these days I'm gonna pull it as a trump card. I'll be like, you activated my trap card. I still haven't got my 100,000 subscriber plaque. Whenever I'm like next pissed off at YouTube. You can reorder one. He even mentioned in the video that doing it that way is funnier. Interesting. So can you just have like an infinite number of them, or if it's only if you declare damage? Is it how does the reordering another one work? I don't know, because I've only ever ordered 0 of them. Yeah. Do you have to pay for them? I don't think you pay for the first one. You just pay for $70 or something for all the reorders. Oh, okay. That's fun. So I could just cover my walls with them if I wanted to spend $70 each time. Interesting. See, like I said, I wouldn't know. I've never had the opportunity to purchase any of these in my life. So I've never had this experience before. It's Clive. It's your boy, Clive. Yeah, you don't pay for the first one. That was my understanding. I didn't know. I haven't heard of anyone being able to pay for any subsequent ones. But I guess most people just don't do it because it is a bit cringe, right? Like, why would you? But yeah, I mean, it's good to know that you could. Just buy some random guy's play button off of eBay and pretend that it's yours. True, good idea. And as a matter of fact, do people sell the how? Hang on, let's check eBay real quick. Here we go. Let's actually take a look at what I could buy a YouTuber plaque for play button. That's right. All right. And whose could I buy? Oh, of course there's going to be clones. There's going to be ones from China. That makes sense. Wait, can you actually get it? Oh, you can get it personalized. That could be like, I'm presenting this to your mom. Damn, it costs a little bit more than the actual one though, apparently. But I guess the idea is that you didn't actually have to get 1 million subs. You know, some of this looks quite good. This text though is garbage. This looks like some Microsoft Word shit, right? Ah, look, and this is an actual one apparently. Ham. Who's Ham? Who's Ham and why did they give up their 100k sub? Some channel chopped up theirs and sold chunks of it. I feel like I remember hearing about that, yeah. You buy shit tons of plaques and sell them for profit. Guys, do you all want Matt KC 100,000 subscriber plaques? Because maybe I could sell them on my store, right? And then I'll sell them for like $71, and that'll make it worthwhile to me. I'll make a $1 profit each time, but everyone could just buy them over and over again. I was watching your old vids, and where is the old Ultimate Windows 95 PC and how is it? I get this question often, and I have to say, I don't know how it is, because I sold it almost immediately after that video. I say in the video that it never worked particularly well, and therefore, I didn't really have any use for it outside of trying to make an Ultimate Windows 98 PC, and it kind of failed, so I just ended up just selling everything. I'm sorry, I know that's probably a disappointing answer, but yeah, I just didn't... It was the same with the installing Hackintosh on the Surface laptop. Everyone's like, do you still have Hackintosh on? I'm like, no. The moment that video was done, I installed Linux instead. Because I didn't actually have any use for Hackintosh. Everyone in the comments is like, why would you install macOS on a Windows laptop? You're just crippling the functionality. I'm like, well, firstly, true. Because the moment the video was over, I stopped using it. So, yeah. I'm ruining the movie magic. I'm sorry. I apologize. Santa isn't real either. As I said in that other one. I resub, I don't think the notification went through. No, I haven't seen it. Twitch is a little weird where you do the resub and then you have to like share it. So try refreshing the page and then like a share button might show up. Like you don't necessarily, it's not necessarily the resub that sends the notification, it's the share, the explicit sharing of it. Santa isn't what? True. No, actually my bad. I misspoke. Santa, he's a good friend of mine, you know? Santa Monica, that's his last name. He's clearly real. You can go visit him. The iMac with Windows ME. Oh, I do still have that iMac. I don't have it technically. It's back in Australia. But my parents' house, where that iMac was, still has it. Yeah, I always wanted to do like a mod with it because I always felt like I might have even mentioned this in my failed projects video. I always felt like it had a really nice screen. Apple has really nice screens on their computers, but it's slow as shit because it's a Core 2 Duo. It's unbelievably slow. No SSD. It's a spinning drive. It's unbelievably slow. So I always thought it'd be cool to do like a Hackintosh with it, or maybe put an M1 Mac Mini in it. But I never got around to it, and now I've moved away. So maybe it's a project I'll do. Like I'll go back home for like a month or two, and I'll stream the whole time, and I'll be like, yeah, we're finally gonna do it. We're finally gonna put an M1 Mac Mini inside the iMac, and maybe that's how I'll do it. Make it a monitor. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I wanted to do. And it appears you can do that because it's like, you know, the panel is a standard LVDS panel, so you can hook up, you know, a standard driver board, and then just make it HDMI and DisplayPort or whatever the hell. I think you could technically even make it VGA and DVI, but yeah, I just never did it. Even old Apple stuff still has real high quality screens that didn't cheap out. Yeah, this is like a 2009 iMac, and it's a really nice screen. And nowadays, like, all their screens are like HDR and yeah, so they've always had good screens. I guess part of why they're so goddamn expensive. But yeah, so I always thought it was kind of a waste to have such a nice screen on such a slow, unusable computer. Yeah, but I never ended up doing it. To be fair, I mean, running Windows ME on it is a good use of it as well. Why using Chromium? I got into this debate last stream as well. I know I should use Firefox, but I don't love its user experience. There's just like it's a lot of little things about it that I just don't that feel like it's slower and more sluggish and like clunkier. I'm sure like I'm sure you could argue I should just get over it, but like it's Chromium too. I haven't like logged into any of the Google stuff because I choose to use it. Yeah, I should honestly just say that because I prefer it, you know. No sub notification? I guess not. Why is that? I did see that. Meliavol, thank you so much for the resub. The Prime, I don't know why that didn't come up. Hang on, I'll TTS it for you. Resub. I think that's how it works. Oh, really? Is that really? Hang on. My bot keeps crashing, but I don't know why. Hang on. I did do some stuff with my site yesterday, but like, no, it still works.
Enjoy your Bezos bugs.
So I can get the TTS manually, it's just every time I try to do it through the bot, it crashes. It says, unexpected end of JSON input, and I don't know why. Very strange. Yeah, every time, like, it just, Weird. Why is this? It just says, undefined, 1. 1! Syntax error, unexpected end of JSON input. Well, who's sending me fucked up JSON now? Like, all of a sudden. Missing semicolon. But I didn't. No, nothing has changed in the code because I haven't touched the bot. I haven't touched the bot in like, in weeks. So it just like, I feel like Twitch must have changed something, or maybe my token has expired or something like that. I guess it's possible. Fucking JSON! Guys, press X to JSON because clearly JSON has met an unexpected end. Which is brutal. Unlucky for JSON. Need TTS my Prime sub. I didn't get your sub notification at all. Are you sure you shared it? X to JSON. I stole your token and funged it. No! Not my non-fungible token. Yeah, it could be the API key expired. And maybe my bot. To be fair, I probably didn't write my bot to handle this. Let's take a look. Oof. Let's see. I'm gonna do some live. Oh, still been on eBay this whole time. Let's do some live debugging. My guess is you're right. It's probably the OAuth. The token expired. I'm trying to see. Okay. I think if I just get like Twitch. I know there's like a service that I think that's probably what I used last time. It's like a chatbot token generator. Yeah, this one I think. Ugh. Yeah. I have to log in as my bot account. That's why I need 2 tokens. So one of the tokens is working, which is my token, the one that hooks into my account, and that's the one that picks up. Ironically, that is the one that picks up subs and bits and stuff like that, because it has to be authorized through my account. But then I need a second token for the bot account, which does the chat bot. That seems to be the part that's failing. It seems to be actually connecting to the sub notifications fine. But because they're both part of the same app, if one doesn't work, then the whole thing crashes, I suppose. I guess it's probably not good security to explain the flaws of my bot live, but I figure it's fairly like, I feel like there's nothing really exposing about what I've said. All right, let's try that. I've just refreshed the token, and now it seems okay. Oh no, it broke again. What? What? Huh. Yeah, actually, because I wrote the notification stuff. I wrote that to refresh its token automatically. The chatbot stuff is different though. The chat, I'm using like an off-the-shelf like chatbot system. I know I probably should have just written my own, right? That's why it works a little differently. Yeah, it's always connecting to. I hate to say it, my part of the code is working fine. No, it always says it's like connected to the. I guess what I could do, because the notifications are probably more important. I could disable the chatbot for now and then like come back to it later. Let's see if that works. Chatbot, yeah. So if I disable the chatbot for now, does that work then? Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay. No. Oh, weird. Okay, so it's not. It's neither of those things. It can't be the token then. Sorry, what's chat saying? I haven't looked in a minute. If we ever did Matt Casey live wrapped, chatbot debugging would probably be the most streamed topic. You think so? Bot is burning out. The bot is burning out, yeah. Why? Like, what's undefined one? What is an unexpected, like, The problem is also the stack trace is not very useful at all. All it's showing me is like the JSON stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like the, the stack trace just shows like the functions used to parse JSON, none of which are mine. It doesn't show where it's being called from my code. What are we doing? Well, apparently the bot is fucked up. The bot that handles my overlays and my chatbot, and I don't know why, because I haven't changed anything. I haven't edited this code in months, actually, probably. I said weeks before, but it's probably been months since I've actually modified any of this, and it's just changed. It just says undefined one. I don't even know where that's printing from, and then syntax error, unexpected end of JSON input, and I don't know why. And the stack trace is completely unhelpful because it just says JSON parse JSON from bytes, success steps, fully read body, process ticks and rejections, async, spec consume body, and none of those functions are mine. So like, it doesn't tell me anything about where it's being called from my end. Ugh. So we might have to go into this bot free. Console log, not here, times 10. I know, that's pretty much like, is it just the notification stuff there? Okay, let's do the opposite. So if I keep the chatbot enabled and just disable the pub sub. No, that broke as well. What? So it's neither. Hang on. Okay, let's try that. Why is it? What is this? It just every time. Hang on. So if it's not the, all right. So I'm gonna disable the chat and the pub sub. Now there are only two things. Oh wait, you know what this could be? Oh, I think I know what this is. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I think I got it. I think I figured it out. Yeah, give me 1 second. I need to fix this real quick. I think I got it. I'll have to take a look at why this is not. I think I figured out what's causing it. It's actually nothing to do with the bot at all. It's something to do with the donut system, the donut system. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I completely forgot about this. Okay. So, we can proceed. However, I'm going to be disabling donations. Sorry to anyone who donates. If you donate, then I'll try to get that back to you at some point. Okay, everything else will work though. Have you been hacked? No, I haven't been hacked. I was editing some stuff not with the chatbot, but with my website, and you know the donate button goes to my website mattcasey.com, and it seems like I've broken something on there. Hang on, just for now. Let's in fact disable that properly as well. Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna more just so no one donates by accident. I'm gonna disable it properly for the time being. Sorry this happened. I didn't expect this. Sorry, donations are broken right now. Will be fixed by next stream. Alright. Okay. So if you go Alright, so I've added a disabled window. Sorry about that. Was that the donut button? Yeah, so if you okay, so I'll show you what happened. Well, not what happened, because I probably can't show you that, but I'll show you as much as I can, which is basically that if you go to can I do this? Yeah, I can. Cool. I don't know why you would ever watch this guy, but if you go to the tips, the donut button, the something about this is broken at the moment. So I set up a page to prevent anyone from donating. So essentially what I did was I disabled donations in the bot, so the bot would still run, and and so that no one donates by accident, I've put up a page to make sure. All right. Anyway, that was fun. So let's continue. Found the credit card skimmer. No. It's literally just I could fix it, but I feel like it would waste too much time of me just being like because I couldn't show it on stream, so it would just waste too much time of me sitting around and like being like, all right, almost done, guys. Like, so it's not it's a really simple thing. It's just it's a really simple thing to fix. It's just I feel like I'll waste everyone's time by fixing it now. Professional streamer. Yeah, you know, sometimes there are good arguments to not having written all of this yourself. But I mean, it works. It's just when sometimes I break things by accident when I'm doing unrelated things. Applying security through obscurity. I want to say not exactly. I mean, there's certainly a degree of like not trying to reveal everything, but also I think it's just like, you know, sometimes there's like passwords and sensitive data involved when you're like doing web management. So yeah, I don't want to risk like showing that on. Like I already had this issue when I was doing the mail server sign up. There was a lot of that I couldn't do on stream either because just because the just because you never know if you'll end up like leaking something that you shouldn't. Anyway, sorry about all of that. How's everyone doing? Why do you have a mail server? Well, why don't you see for yourself? I'd watch, but homework, sorry. Hey, you know what? Fuck homework. Homework is not important. Watching Matt Clive on Twitch is important. No, that's okay. I get it. What's this eBay link I keep getting sent? Oh, it's just a meme. I see. All right, well, let's look at this meme together. What have we got? Guys, what do you think? Should I cop? Size. Wow, this is a lot of. I appreciate the misspelling as well. I feel like that really sells it. I think that really really solidifies it. $10 from Sunnyvale. Interesting. I guess we're to be fair, this guy probably does need the money if he lives in Sunnyvale. Everything here comes with absolutely nothing. Filled the brim with nothing, with no setup required. Yo, no setup required. Based. After purchase, expect to receive nothing in approximately 5 to 7 business days. Batteries not included. Ah, fuck that then. I might have been alright if the batteries were included with nothing, but what else does this guy sell? Is it actually just nothing? Because he has 2 positive feedbacks. Were they 2 people that just bought absolutely nothing? That's actually kind of funny. Fast delivery, trusted seller. I wonder if this was still the nothing, the six from 6 months ago. It could maybe he could have actually sold something, unless but maybe he sold 15 nothings, you know. Wonder if we can buy that second hand for cheaper. Yeah, probably. I might look on Facebook Marketplace for nothing. I think that's a good idea. The suggestions? What were the suggestions? Oh, interesting. So there's more nothings. There's absolutely nothing, probably nothing. That seems like a good deal. Probably nothing implies that it could be something. The brand speaks for itself and promises the best quality nothingness on the market. Man, there's a whole culture of like meme sales on eBay apparently. This is like when my friend showed me that like before you. Okay, so you guys will have to bear with me for a second here. Before Pornhub went verified only, and you could just upload anything to it like you can with YouTube, there was a surprising amount of memes, like non-pornographic memes and movies on Pornhub. My friend came over and was just like, yeah, we should go to Pornhub and type in like Shrek memes, and I was like, oh man, are you gonna show me some Shrek porn? But it wasn't. It was actually just memes, just like YouTube poops and shit. Like a surprising underbelly culture of of uploading just like non-pornographic stuff to Pornhub. We watched, and this is true, Big Trouble in Little China, the 80s movie, on Pornhub, and it was in great quality. It was in 1080p. You know, I plugged the laptop into the TV so we could all watch it together. No porn in it whatsoever, but it was really good, a really high quality. I mean, the movie, it was, I wouldn't say it was like a wonderful movie, but the quality was really good. So this is like when I discovered that. Oh god, something, it could be anything, the opposite of nothing. Is this, who is this? Is this like the Jerry Seinfeld bee, but with like a real eyes and mouth? Something, it could be anything. If you buy this, I'll send you something. This is kind of like that one tweet where it was just like, if you retweet the tweet, you'll win a chicken nugget or something. Can I find the chicken nugget tweet? No, I have no idea. This is just gonna come up with a bunch of random shit. Well, anyway. The opposite of nothing. I love the opposite of nothing. Thanks, a lot of good videos going. That's what I'm saying. I can't watch Big Trouble in Little China on Pornhub anymore. A bunch of bullshit. We were actually looking to watch Shrek 2, funnily enough, but all we found was Shrek memes. But we did see Big Trouble in Little China. Literally watching Pornhub on TV with a friend. We were. I mean, we weren't watching porn, but yeah. Did you save that image into a Google reverse image search on it? Actually, not a bad idea. Wait, maybe this is. I wonder if this is going to be TOS. Hang on. Just in case. Oh. Interesting. It certainly is a face used in a lot of things. I'm not entirely sure what the source is, what the origin is. There's a similar looking face here that says, "What the sun has seen." Oh god. I feel like I already know what that's gonna be. Average Minecraft player, average Brawl Stars indulger. Damn, I don't think I'm young enough to understand this meme. Where's this face from? An important story, so basically I like having my nails long and blingy, but I noticed it's way too difficult to type fast enough to be part of the conversation on the stream with them on, so I made them shorter just for Matt Clive. Hey, there you go. That's what I expect from my audience. Body modifications, alright? If you're not changing yourself for me, are you even a real fan? Can you really even consider yourself a Clive viewer? Oh god, there was actually a news article about that. Must have been a slow day. Another stream, another Matt forgetting to ping the Discord. Once again, I don't really consider it forgetting as much as I consider it, you know, just slowly building up to it. But you are correct. It is a little bit late now. I should put something out. Have you ever worked too much, you are hella tired and are trying to sleep, but for the love of your life you can't sleep? This is me right now, because I had 6 hours of exam and another 6 hours of studies in my class today. That actually does happen to me pretty often, I have to say. For me, it's just like, it's got always so much on my mind. Like, there's always stuff that I want to do, you know what I mean? What an image to join the stream on. Welcome in, everyone. So we were looking at this subculture of memes on eBay, which is that, you know, you can, if you give this guy $10, you can get nothing. You can get a lot of different kinds of nothing. And then we were looking at the related products, and this happened to be one of them. And it's literally not even... This is some MS Paint shit right here. But we were trying to figure out what the origin is, and I guess this is just a face. Like, this is a reaction face of some kind. But I don't know where it's from. Maybe it's an iFunny meme. Maybe it's exclusive to this website, right? These are PC specs. Type in ! Specs. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I don't care. Orange face kindred. Nico's Nextbot's fan. Okay. The fan-made Nextbot that spawns in NN Tunnel in only the... Okay, Kindred Face appears to be an orange emoji with unnervingly large pupils. It also has a realistic mouth with a brick reddish tint to it. The emoji appears to have... This is some deep-cut meme from... What even is this? Nico's the Nextbots? What am I even... A Roblox! Ah, shit, we've got some Roblox shit. No wonder I don't know anything about this. I've never touched a Roblox in my entire life. Oh well. Anyway. Whatever. So I guess that's the kind of guy we're dealing with. This guy, Mlan4365. He's a Roblox player, alright? That's all you need to know. He's a Roblox player. Good feedback though, positive feedback. Sorry about the notifications before. Let me Verbeya, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Let me tell you what, I'll get these going. I'll get these now that we can get the TTS going. I'll get it going, I think. Oh right, it's not TTS, it's Alert. Oh. Microsoft Sam wasn't a fan of the apostrophe.
It's the 6th time win.
Again, what? I just have to get rid of all the apostrophes. I thought I had code on this to fix that.
It's the 6th time in booting my PC up just to use my Prime sub, Twitch Mobile sub.
True! Hey, thank you so much for booting up your PC for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it, Verbea. And Dazim sorry, I butchered the hell out of that. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Hell yeah. That must have been even before the Shrekathon. I know a lot of subs started around the Shrekathon, but I feel like 3 months ago was even further. I love NoteKC, I use it for school. Also, can you see your users' notes? Because I got some deep dark secrets on there. Uh-oh! Oh god, no, I do not look at other people's notes on there. Was there any other subs I missed? I think it was just Verbea's. There was Chaotic Sky, thank you so much for the Prime sub, the Bezos bucks, I really appreciate it. Remember, it is always morally correct to make sure the $2.50 from your Amazon Prime subscription do not go to Jeff Bezos and instead go to a Twitch streamer of your choice. I'm not going to say me, and it doesn't have to be me. Can you? I mean, it's not, we do not, the notes are not encrypted, but I don't. I hope that answers your question. Mine was started by that KC feet emote. Hell yeah. See, we always have, there's always, I feel like every time we add some extra perks to the sub. There was the feet emote, there's the mail server, there's the, what happened, the Shrekathon, obviously. If I got Prime, I'm a sub to Matt Keck channel. True, I love the Matt Keck channel. Are you selling my notes to the NSA in return for Eternal Blue? No, actually, I did play around a little bit with Eternal Blue yesterday. I did a couple of tries. I did a couple of, like, just some random stuff. And my conclusion is, at least from my very, very slight examination, I'm not sure it can be used against the 360. It seems like they locked the 360 networking down pretty hard. You can't even ping an Xbox 360 is what I learned. If you try, it won't reply. So I don't know. I will have to, and I tried, I used some Eternal Blue testing on the 360 and it didn't seem to find it at all. Now, like I said, I'm not super skilled in this scenario. I don't necessarily know what I'm talking about. But I was, I did think it was worth giving a try, and my cursory findings is that so far I haven't had any success. I think I might have more success with the IE9 route, because I feel like there's a lot of known vulnerabilities in IE, and I'd be surprised if they patched all of them out. I know they're still like releasing updates and shit, but maybe one of them's still in there. I don't want my anime arc IRL about my crush to get leaked. Well, you did just kind of mention it. It's like saying, oh, I'm certainly not going to tell you all about the dungeon downstairs that I keep everyone in. Like, you kind of already said it. But anyway. Anyone know anything notable happened 5 months ago? I don't remember if I subbed just because of specific reason. 5 months ago would have been about June, right? I don't think so. I don't think anything really happened in June. I don't even know if I was really streaming in June, actually. Because I feel like I took a bit of a break from April to July. I think I came back in July. So I don't even know if I was streaming back then. Let's go. I might be late, but I'm sure as fuck glad to be. Hey, welcome in. You're not that late. Honestly, we're really just getting started. You did miss this though, which honestly sucks. Unfortunate for you that you missed this. Anyway, your first stream back in July? Yeah. I thought you were gonna say. I remember your first stream, and I'm like, damn, that's a long time ago. Because if you want to go first stream like ever, we're talking 2010, I think, or early 2011 on Ustream, and I still have that somewhere somehow. I still have that, and it's disastrous. It's really unfortunate. One of these days we'll watch it. Hey, Ustream reveal at 1,000 subs. Squeak free streamer. It is now. Now that I've lubed up my chair. I love lubing up. We were like 12. I was 14, turning 50, and I was between. I was 14, I think, almost certainly. But I might have been like just about to turn 15. Is there a guy who's been there since 2010, like following you? Probably. If there are, they found me through the iRat Gamer. That's probably the only way, though. Yeah, because I had a lot of channels over the years, but I did not have a lot of success over the years until I was until 2019. 2019 was the first time that I was actually like, that I actually got views for like something that I did, not just, not me making fun of the irate gamer or me making a YouTube poop or something like that. Yeah, before then I've been uploading videos for a long time, but none of them were ever particularly successful. Are we still procrastinating? I don't call it procrastinating. I call it catching up. You know, when you show up at work at 8:30, you catch up with your co-workers or whatever. That's our relationship, right? We're standing around the water cooler, okay? Which I guess you could argue is procrastinating, but it's a little different, I think. Yo!
Cheer 300, I love catching up with you guys.
Hey, me too. Thanks for the 300 bits. Hell yeah. Hang on, I got a message a little bit ago. I think you guys heard that notification sound. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. First thing I saw from you was the room video. Yo, that's pretty good. Like from a Matt KC perspective, that's I'd say that's a fairly early viewer. Yeah. The techno playing. It's the Test Drive Unlimited soundtrack. I figured since we're doing we're going to be working on driving games today, we should get some driving soundtrack. But the thing is, you can't play the Burnout 3 soundtrack because that's all copyrighted music. And I could play the Burnout 2 soundtrack, but I find the Burnout 2 music is all kind of generic butt rock. Like, it's okay, it's serviceable, but it's not the greatest thing in the world. It's fairly stock-sounding stuff. So I'm playing the Test Drive Unlimited soundtrack, which is a little more interesting. Home residence time. Yeah, I do play a lot of synthwave, but the problem, well, no, not the problem. You could still run into the issue of like copyrighted music. What do you recommend to learn how to code? I could go through a formal edu system, but are they good? You did CS, right? I did not. I never went to school for coding. I'm 100% self-taught. Well, I guess you could argue I'm like 95% self-taught because I did learn some Java in high school, and I learned some Unity 4 in high school, which was very useful for the Sonic Runners thing. Everyone else, most people at that time were like, oh yeah, I know Unity, but I've only used like Unity 2019. And I'm like, oh, I've only used Unity 4, which happens to be what Sonic Runners is made in, so I guess I'm the most, I guess it makes sense for me to be doing this. Yeah, but I already knew how to code before then. I didn't learn how to code from that class. I just, I hadn't done any Java before that, but I'd learned Java in that class. XQEMU video. That was my first. Interestingly enough, you could argue that was my first tech video, and it was the first like video to be somewhat successful. It got like 15K, I think. Let's burn out. Let's all become professional YouTubers and burn out together. DDR Kirby. Yeah, I like his music as well. I have I use his stuff in my videos because I have like a written agreement with him. But sometimes I like to switch it up a little on stream. Me and my audience care about this more than just about any other Twitch streamer does. Most Twitch streamers just play copyrighted music and they don't give a fuck, you know? Give me the $1 Wii, I'll give you $2 for it. I guess technically that is a that is a 100% return on investment. Or it's a 200, or is that a 200% return on investment? How does that work? It's a 100% profit, I think. $1 Wii. That was a big video. I feel like it makes a lot of sense if you come in on the QR code or the $1 Wii, or yeah, the 98 on modern laptop, or 98, the Windows 98, Ultimate Windows 98 PC, because those videos did really well, or the Lego Island videos. So they clearly had the most like reach outside my pre-established audience. So I think it makes a lot of sense for that to be, for any of those to be your first videos. 200 because you paid $1. I know that. I'm just trying to figure out what the words mean. So like, is a 100% return on investment? Is the return is the revenue, not the profit, right? So the return would be everything. So it would be 200%, but the profit would be 100% because it's $1 profit. The profit was equal to the amount that I spent, but the revenue wasn't. That's the only thing. That's the part that's confusing me. But yeah. GPU pass through 98 VM. I've thought about that before, but the thing about Windows 98 is that like, all of my GPUs are PCIe, and Windows 98. That's kind of where the cutoff happened. AGP cards support Windows 98. By and large, PCIe cards don't. So that's a tough one. I have done GPU pass through Windows 2000 though. That was pretty cool. Kind of overkill though, because like Windows 2000, its UI isn't even GPU accelerated. So it doesn't really, like, the UI, it only really makes a difference when you start booting into games, which, you know, is useful, but you may as well use XP, I suppose, if you're just trying to play old games. If Internet Archive was about to close, what would you save? Our 20-year-old Czech and Slovak equivalent is shutting down in December 1st, and it's like Alexandra Library burning down for our culture. Damn. I've thought about this a lot, that I'd love to kind of host a full library of like the consoles that mean a lot to me. Like I might host like the full Xbox library, full PS1 library. But I feel like what concerns me a little bit about any, like, basically a ROM site, right? But what concerns me a lot about ROM sites is that we've seen it time and time again. They go down. Like MU Paradise went down. ISOZone went down. It makes me a little nervous relying on these like on centralized websites, because it seems like there's always a breaking point. So I kind of feel like there needs to be a slightly better way of doing it, something like a little more decentralized, both bandwidth-wise and storage-wise. I've been looking into IPFS. That seems like the sort of thing that I'd want, or BitTorrent, but the thing about BitTorrent is you can't update them, so IPFS is probably better. That's probably what I would be inclined to, but that's just because that's what I do all the time. I'm always looking at software. That was a long answer, but yeah, that's me. Just the stuff that I use archive.org for. Grateful for seeing the $1 Wii because it led me to so much more awesome, interesting content. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do have the next video I'm making is going to be big. I finished my first draft of the script, and it's probably gonna be somewhere between 30 to 35 minutes, I think. Unless I like cut down the explanation later on, that's possible. So I probably shouldn't promise that. I don't want to promise it's going to be a long video, but it's going to be relatively long because there's a lot to go into. About the sink shitting in it. No! What makes you think I have so much to talk about shitting in a sink? You know, what would I... Here's a question. What would I stand to gain from shitting into a sink, right? Like, what would be my reason for doing it? My Patreon investment will pay off. That's the idea, yeah. What's it about? It's about the .NET on 95 stuff. Yeah, there was just a lot that went into that. It was like it was the first time in a while that I'd blocked out like 2 to 3 weeks to do a single project. Usually, it's probably like a 2 or 3 day project, and then I make the video about that, like a repair or something. But like this was an actual like big project. For internet clout. Yo, upvote me for the sink shit. Matt, I want to thank you because I mentioned my GH modding project in here. I got some good attention for it, so again, thank you. Hey, I'm glad. Maybe maybe I'll take a look at it at some point, because I could always make a Matt KC Bytes video. That's kind of why I wanted to set that channel up, was to give more attention without having to like, what would you call it? Without I hate when I can't think of a word. Shit. Anyway, without like spamming my main channel with like shorter videos, I wanted to be I wanted a platform where I could where I could talk about other people's stuff and like and provide like a way to get more attention to other people's stuff, and kind of do like modding community news, because I feel like there's not a lot of places that do that. So wait, there's a .men you can get C.men. It's probably really expensive though, right? It's got to be really expensive. Man, the fact that I couldn't think of that word is going to piss me off for the next like 10 hours. What's your opinion on short form content? By short form content, I assume you mean like under 60-second content. It's fine. I mean, it's not for everything, but it's for some things it's fine. For like small jokes, it's fine. Or for like, I can see how they make good advertisements. Like I recommended to a YouTuber friend recently that, you know, because he's trying to get his channel out there more. I said, you know, it could be interesting. You know, he's got like 10-minute long videos. It could be interesting to like cut the introduction where you're talking about what you're gonna do, and like condense that into a short, because you know YouTube does push shorts, and then just at the end be like, you know, for the full video do this. I know I've seen some people do that. Just as a way to like get stuff out there. Obviously, yeah, not everything should be short, but some things can be. Is the repo if you want to take a look? Yeah, I'll take a look after stream. I'll put that aside. Thanks so much. Is there... Hang on. There can't actually be a .men domain, right? Still got this up, for God's sake. .men TLD. There is? No way. Since 2015. How have I never heard about this before? Surely someone's taken C-men before. Taken? Ugh. Stop taking my semen, alright? Yeah, I'm guessing we can't get any, like, who is information. Let me make an offer. I'll give you $5. Yeah. I like semen. True. I love how I could actually get I love semen. I can't get I love men though. That's unfortunate. Oh well, what can you do? Coming to the stream, the first thing I see is Clive looking at semen. Well, we were talking about being on Pornhub before, so and to be fair, I was on, we were on Pornhub and we were watching not porn because there's a surprising amount of back when Pornhub was like before everything was verified and you could just upload everything. There was a surprising like subculture of people who would just upload memes and like full movies to full HD movies and TV shows to Pornhub. So you know it is on theme. Now we're looking at sea men. Surely that's taken too, right? In 2016, they wasted very little time picking that up. Unlucky. Unfortunate. Oh well, whatever. What can you do? You get It's Raining Men for $500? Damn, that's more expensive than I thought it would be. Sea Men is actually a fan site for the Dreamcast game. Yo, that's kind of cool. I'm not gonna look that up on stream just in case you're lying. In case this is a joke. Apparently, right now, I could buy Sea Men for $6,000. Apparently, I guess it expired. Unfortunate. Do you think there's a good use of $6,000 to buy Sea Men? Whoa, men. Isn't that kind of defeating the purpose of the .men domain? What is it with women coming in and conquering my .men domain? Am I right, guys? Who can back me up? Am I right? Rise and grind, gamers. Buy semen for 6K. Man, semen has gotten expensive, right? Where can I find some semen around here, alright? I'm getting tired of this lack of semen. You can buy semen at the sperm bank. Hey, let me just say, I have no trouble finding semen. There's plenty of it around. Woman is unsafe in Chrome? Uh-oh, what have they done? We really do, I'm at a point where I feel like we really do have to add to the arsenal, emphasis on arse, add to this list. A C.men would be pretty fucking good, but it would have to be. I don't think C as in ocean men is necessarily worth $6,000. Actually, though, ocean.men could be pretty good because it's kind of like that song that everyone likes. Was that eBay listing of yours? It's not mine, okay? We were just looking at like meme eBay listings. That's how we got on the whole topic of like, of like meme subcultures on websites where that's not supposed to. That's not the point. Yo, Mr. E001, thanks so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah, hot men. I mean, to be fair, now that I know that there is a .men domain, I feel like we should get one at some point. I just don't know, like, damn. Why are all the hot men taken? You know what I mean? This is the dilemma of women everywhere and gay people. All the hot men are taken. Men.men. Men. We can make a shrine to that TV show. Jesus. It's a bit expensive. It's a bit pricey though, I'm not gonna lie. Just a little bit. My internet browser history is filled with .men sites. Damn. So speaking of extra domains, .ing is coming out soon. It comes out on December 5th, which is less than a week away. Maybe I should stream on Tuesday because, firstly, We'll see if any of the .ing domains that I bought actually got there. I actually got them. I attempted to reserve them. You can't buy them yet. I reserved them, and a company is going to try to get them for me. And if they can't, I get a refund, which is nice. But maybe I should stream on Tuesday so that we can try to grab some .ing domains once they're actually out. There would be less taken men if Matt Casey didn't have a girlfriend. Loser. True. Good point. Oh wow, you could make the men game. That's pretty good. I'm surprised no one's taken that for, you know, those pickup artists? They're always talking about game. I'm surprised no one's picked up men.game. Hi.mem. No, you could actually do... If you wanted to do, like, reproductive health, you could actually do hi men. Jesus, someone must have taken that. Yeah, someone's taken that. Okay, fair enough. Peeing. Yeah, hopefully we can get stuff like peeing. Men. Trying to think. Have they actually reserved two and a half men? Surely. Wow, 2021 actually. So it took a while. But this might not even be the actual show. This might just be some like random guy. What domains did you reserve? I feel like I shouldn't. I mean, I guess I did. Like, part of me wonders if I shouldn't mention just in case someone else tries to reserve them for more money. But I guess I already did expose them, so what's done is done. I reserved rickroll.ing and bingchill.ing. Bing chilling, I think, would be the one that's particularly nice to have. Rickrolling is like that's alright. If I can get that'd be a nice way to like rickroll people. But I feel like Bing chilling is the best one. Is a file server? Really? That's weird. I feel like I don't want to go to any of these sites though, just because just in case, because we don't know. I shouldn't go to them on stream, right? Yo, what the hell? Hang on. What? Wait, why was that? Did you guys see that, or was that just me? It said 0 FPS. Maybe I was actually. I might have just been imagining it. Mod-ing. Oh yeah, because it's not out yet. Mod-ing could be pretty cool, but I feel like the only real use I'd have for it, I'd probably just use it to redirect to consolemods.org. Like, I don't know if I'd do anything really interesting with Mod-ing. The folder on 2.5 Men is forbidden 403. Man, what a wasted opportunity. I don't know what I would have put there, but 2.5.men. Well, that's cringe. That's embarrassing. That's nothing. There's nothing on there. Hang on. Yeah, I can go to it. It's safe. Yeah, that's boring. It's Raining Men. I think someone mentioned it's Raining Men before, but like apparently it's really expensive. Like 100,000. It's one of those $100,000 ones or something like that. Oh, it's $500. Yeah. Nah, I don't know. I'm not really that wealthy. Like, I can justify websites that are like $10 or $15 a year, but like I don't know about even $65 a year. I don't know about that. You know, boring. Yeah. No, I think we'll hold off on any more .ing domains until Tuesday. I'm gonna make it a thing. Maybe I'll move the Monday stream to Tuesday, or move the Wednesday stream to Tuesday, or something like that. And we'll do an entire stream of like looking for .ing domains that might be good. That being said, I should have a limit for myself. I should have a limit like don't buy more than like X amount of .ing domains, because there's so many that I'm sure there's gonna be so many we could get. I'm gonna say like probably no more than 5 or something like that. I don't have Scrooge McDuck money, unfortunately. If I did, do you think my apartment would look like this? I'm just saying. But yeah. Pegging. Firemen. It might exist. Even then, I don't know, it's probably not super clever. Like, it's not, yeah, it's already taken too. Nothing is quite as good as Seaman. Really putting the C men in amusement. Am I right, fellas? Shitting. Yeah, anyway. Unfortunate. Burying bodies, seamen. I feel like I guess we could have like loves seamen at some point because then it would be like, you know, Matt at loves seamen, but it doesn't quite look right on the oh, apparently it just corrected that to Matt loves seamen. Thanks for outing me, name cheap. Yeah, that's the only problem. Is it doesn't look great. It looks more like Levesse men. Like it'd have to be like you have to put like a dash in there probably. I don't know. I feel like it's not great. It's not the greatest thing ever. What was that funny website where you get the Wii mod files called again? I think you're thinking of Letterbomb. I don't remember what the actual web address is, but that's the name of the mod. Levesse. Yeah, that's the problem. Is it looks too much like Levesse. Like, that's what most people are gonna read it as. Not loves semen. Anyway. I'm sure there's something in there. I'm sure we could find something at some point. Yo, it's Matrix, Matt KC. Well, to be fair, I am on Matrix. I'm on matrix.org. Okay. Anyway, that might be enough stalling for now. That might be enough stall KC, alright? It might be time to move on to Burning Out. Just for men. Wait, Mario. Apparently Mario was registered in 2007. It seemingly belongs to a German guy that documented his travels to a few countries. Oh, that's fun. You know, what's interesting is, oh, here's something I did yesterday. I updated, it's a work in progress. I updated my link tree because I wanted more space to put like my projects and stuff like that. And you know, so it's still a work in progress. Some of these descriptions are kind of shitty. Like I make videos about the various projects. And you're like, fucking whatever, bro. But yeah, so that's something I did yesterday. Why did I bring this up? Oh yeah, because I wanted to mention before I owned mattkc.com. Now I didn't add my OnlyFans. Not yet, all right. OnlyFans at 1,000 subs, okay. This website, mattkc.com, has been around for a really long time. Yeah, and all it was for a while, and I wish I knew more of the backstory for this, actually, is it would redirect to this WordPress site. Like, the motherfucker had a domain, but his site was still hosted on WordPress.com. And it was a fishing tech ATV blog, I guess, and it would just be like photos of stuff. Like... I don't know what Matt KC has to do with any of this though, because he never called himself Matt KC. He called himself MB040046, and that was like his WordPress URL as well. I actually bought mattkc.com from this guy. Yeah, I emailed mattkc@me.com, and I said, hey, is this domain for sale? And he was, well, a lot of the time when I email someone about a domain, they do not get back to me. Actually, I have a story about this. I said I wanted to buy, when I was starting the Olive video editor, I was considering buying olive.org, which at the time was just a website. All it said was, I think, hi Todd, in like HTML header. Yeah, it said, hi Todd, this was the entire website. Like, get rid of the archive.org stuff, this was the entire website. And I emailed the owner of the website, because the email was in the whois information, and I said, hey, I'm making an open source video editor. And I'd really appreciate olive.org to host the software on. And he got back to me and he was like, hey, thanks for reaching out. That's a really noble goal, to make an open source video editor. We need more stuff like that in the world. And then he said, well, shoot me an offer and I'll let you know what I think. And I said something like, well, you know, it's an open source project, so I don't have a lot of money, and so my offer is probably going to be more like in the hundreds than the thousands, was what I said. And And then he just ghosted me. He was like, fuck that. What do you mean the open source project doesn't have thousands of dollars? Apparently. And now, someone did I guess give him a few $1,000s, because now it redirects to the Olive Starlight Orchestra, whatever the hell this is. So, but I, I just remember being a little bit, I remember feeling a little bit betrayed that the guy was like, wow, good job on making an open source video editor. That's a really noble goal, and we need more of that. And then as soon as like my offer was too low, he was just like, no, fuck you. I just felt like, man, but what about the whole noble goal, you know? Anyway, but so I emailed this guy and I was like, hey, is mattcasey.com for sale? And he said, yep. And he's like, I've just put it on GoDaddy for sale if you want to buy it. And I was like, cool. So, I mean, that was actually really easy. But it's the only time I've bought a domain from someone and it was easy. Every other time, it's been like, every other time, either they don't reply at all or they're not happy with my offer. I checked your Discord. Why didn't you call the stream shitting in my home's sink again? What? Firstly, I didn't do it the first time, and what makes you think this stream is going to be about doing it again? Yeah, not even a sorry man, not even like a counter offer. Like, I would have appreciated like a, oh, you know, that's a little too low, how about, you know, this? And I would have been like, okay, like I might have, it would have at least given me like something to think about. Even if I couldn't afford it. But like, just the fact that he was just like so offended by my like, well, I don't have that much money. He was just like, well, in that case, you know. Yeah. He was actually being sarcastic. Maybe he was, yeah. Olive is me, yeah. Olive.editor. Is .editor even a domain? I don't think it is, unfortunately. There are things that I could have done, like olive.video or something, but I don't love the new long domains. I still kind of feel like, I get why they exist. I feel like they probably did have to introduce them, but I just feel like, you know, nothing is gonna feel as official as the .coms, the .orgs, and the .nets, you know, or the .govs or the .edus, but you know, you can't necessarily get those. Like, anytime you see like a dot studio or something, I always feel like it's yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you can get a .com or .org, it's almost always going to be better than getting like one of the long ones, unless you can make a joke out of it. .mov, is .mov a TLD? Oh, it's a new one. It's coming with .zip apparently. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe now. Maybe .mov would be alright. Steve Jobs is taken. Unlucky. Interesting. Yeah, people got mad. Yeah, because it probably is. To be fair, it probably is quite exploitable, right? You know what I mean? They look like files, yeah. Like, if it was .exe, that would be a rough one. That would be unfortunate, yeah. I sold a domain once to a cafe. They went bankrupt a couple years ago, so I bought the domain back. They let it expire. Oof. That actually kind of happened to me. Well, no, not like that. I never bought back a domain that I sold. But I remember that Sega owned the Sonic Runners domain, sonicrunners.com. And they, when Sonic Runners went down, after a couple years or so, they let it expire. Excuse me. And it ended up going on this really shady domain auction website where you had to like fill in a bunch of. I remember I was trying because even back then we were kind of like looking at Sonic Runners, even though I hadn't done any like Unity decomp work on it yet. We were kind of looking at things we could do. And I remember, so it showed up on this auction website. I was like, yo, we gotta get that. And this website cock-blocked me so hard. They were like, yeah, we're gonna put it up, and you can bid for it. And but you need to send us your ID. So I was on vacation at the time. I was in Japan at the time, and I was sitting in my hotel bed, like taking photos of my ID and sending them over. And they were like, "Please wait like 7 days, 5 to 7 business days for us to check your ID." And I was like, "But the auction ends in like 3 days." So like, yeah, I didn't get it. But thankfully, no one actually bid on it, which is why eventually it left the grasps of the auction websites, and it went on to just be a purchasable domain, which I did. I bought it, and that's why sonicrunners.com now goes to Sonic Runners, because yeah, it eventually just became a regular website. But we were kind of lucky that no one else bid on it. Maybe everyone else was waiting for their ID to be verified as well. Common file extension shouldn't be TLDs? Yeah, probably. .com, yeah, technically. I feel like .com, by the time .com was like popular, not many people were really using .com like executables anymore. But I'm sure maybe it happened once or twice. Yeah, how often is there an everyday person messing with .com files? Yeah, especially now, especially in like the last 20 years or so. But yeah, anyway, MattKC.com. I was lucky that the guy actually replied like almost immediately, and he was just like it wasn't even like send me an offer or something like that. It was just I was just like, is this for, would you consider selling this? And he was just like, yep, I put it up for sale. And I was like, cool, easy, you know. But I've never had an experience that easy buying a domain. I love how on Mozilla's TLD page they give examples for different levels of domains, and for CK they just say cock and others. Cock. Oh god. I feel like .ck must have a lot of uses as well. Like surely someone's done like dick and cock. Surely these are taken already. But if I could get .cock for like if I could have gotten .cock for my email service, that would have been so cool. Cock. True. Man, we really need more domains. This is gonna be like my it's gonna be my business is gonna be like having mail domains and just keep adding them to the list. Dick. Surely someone's gotten dick before. Oh man, unsupported. Well, usually GoDaddy has them if Namecheap doesn't. That's right, just not me typing dick into GoDaddy.com. Oh. Man, don't you hate it when your daddy says, sorry, dick is unavailable? Unfortunate, unlucky. Dick. God, anyway. Alright, enough fucking around, enough dicks and cocks, okay? Let's let's start doing some work, alright? Alright? So I'm still thinking about dicks. Okay. So where were we with Reburn 3? Hang on, let me plug in my controller real quick. Enough dicking about. That is Linux, correct. To be fair, we're running a Windows program on Linux with a Mac OS X wallpaper. So we're kind of just joining everything today. Right. I want to shit. Hang on a sec. Yeah. I wanted to add my controller. Firstly, is it even plugged in? It's not. It's not lit up. Oh, there we go. Just had to unplug and plug it back in, and we'll hook it in. Cool. All right. Let's just test it real quick. Gamepad tester. I know there's like built-in ways to do this, but this is just the easiest. All right, cool, nice. All right, so I don't need to. I assume I don't need to explain what Reburn 3 is, right? I assume most of you guys know because I keep fucking talking about it and not actually working on it. Here we go. Let's give it a try. Let's make sure. Let's make sure everything is still working in the environment. You should be playing an Xbox game through the compatibility layer through Wine in your Linux VM. Well, that is kind of what's happening. To be fair, that is actually kind of the situation. Well, you can see, so I've fucked around with this game a lot, as you can see. I changed the opening title. It says Welcome to Reburn. And then I changed the EA logo because fuck EA. And yeah, so mostly, I feel like mostly what I've done in the last 7 months or so is just kind of fucking around. I haven't actually done any real, not since April, not since I got the 3D to appear in the first place. It's actually in widescreen. Close enough. Yeah, I haven't really done anything on it since. Something I'd really like to look into is, obviously, as an Xbox game, it's, change to my intro. I guess you could, yeah. Obviously, as an Xbox game, it's kind of, what would you call it? It's kind of locked in to the Xbox video modes, which is basically 640 by 480. I'd be really interested in looking into how we can change that. I'm sure it's possible. The thing is, this game is a renderware game, and like the ideal solution would be to decouple this from renderware entirely and hook it into something like librw, or even like a leaked version of renderware for Windows. librw is probably ideal because it's got like it's got support for Linux and Vulkan, which or maybe not Vulkan, maybe just newer versions of OpenGL, but it's got native support for Linux and macOS, which renderware, I don't think renderware ever supported Linux, and renderware probably supported macOS, but it's probably 32-bit, so it probably can't run on like modern macOS. The only thing is, I don't know if librw is still being developed, because like, firstly, the whole GTA lawsuit shit happened, which, you know, kind of fucked up the whole project, and we haven't seen any commits since February 20th. Now, you know, maybe that just means that that I'll have to like, I don't know. The other thing is that yo, is Wets, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Hell yeah. That was Microsoft Sam's attempt at pronouncing Matt KC head, but yo, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Hell yeah for the tier 1. Yeah, so the other thing is renderware apparently has a lot of plugins. Like renderware was very modular, I've heard. So the base, just because, you know, you have some renderware doesn't mean you have all the renderware that a certain game used. So I'm not entirely sure how viable librw is. I mean, I guess the point is that if I have to, maybe I should be adding stuff if it needs to be added to get Burnout working. But yeah, I just don't know yet. So yeah, ideally we would decouple this from renderware entirely, and we would eventually decouple it from the Xbox entirely. But we're not there yet, and I don't know how much work that's going to be. What's really annoying about Burnout 3 for Xbox is it uses LTCG, which is, or also known as LTO, which is link time code generation, or LTO is link time optimization. Basically what it does is when everything is compiled, the linker, I guess, takes a look at everything and finds ways to make the code even smaller, or not necessarily smaller, faster. Probably really good as far as like Xbox performance is concerned, but really, really shitty from a reverse engineering standpoint, because basically, with standard compiler optimizations, the compiled code can look pretty different from like the original C++ code, but then when it goes through this, it can bear even less resemblance. It can be really, really tough to sift through it all, and it can be almost impossible to... What's really annoying is that what I'm hoping to do is to use like code injection to replace certain routines in the game. But the problem is that because it uses LCCG, a lot of the functions are not called in standard ways anymore. They would have been initially, but the linker is like, oh, you know, I found a faster way to call this function that just puts like the variables into EAX and EBX instead, which is like not standard. There's no calling convention that does that. Like there's fast call that puts the variables, or puts the parameters into like ECX onwards, but this is not that. This is even faster than fast call. So yeah, this is doubly fast call. You can read about it. There's actually a article. Microsoft made an article in 2002 about how cool LTCG was. This is it. That says, yeah, it says, yeah. The next optimization that LCCG adds is custom calling conventions. Normally, all functions are either STDCall, or fast call. With custom calling conventions, the backend has enough knowledge that it can pass more values in registers and less on the stack. This usually cuts code size and improves performance. And LTCG passes all 4 parameters in EAX, EDX, ESI, and EDI. Even the fast calling convention passes at most 2 parameters in registers. So basically, yeah, it's faster than fast call, which is at least standard. Basically, what this is basically saying is, we're just gonna fuck around and do a bunch of non-standard shit because we can. Because the linker knows about, you know, all parts of the program. We're just gonna do random shit. So yeah, so someone said it, Null DRF said it in chat. Basically, it's gonna make it a lot harder to inject complete functions. We're probably gonna have to mostly inject x86 assembly, at least for now, which is really unfortunate. Or I guess maybe you could write like x86 thunks, like you could write a thunk in assembly that then translates a call to a regular call, and then you could write that function in C++, but like it's a real pain in the ass. That's why I've kind of gone back and forth on like, would it be better to just work with the PS2 version? Because the PS2 version doesn't have any of this. The PS2 version is significantly more readable, the code. The problem is that you can't just do this. You know, you can't just get it to run on Windows if it's the PS2 version, because the Xbox. The reason this is possible on the Xbox version is because it shares so much in common with a PC. The Xbox is not a PC, but it shares a lot in common with it. So if we were to work with the PS2 version, it would essentially be a full decomp before we actually got any PC version at all. So like, both of these solutions are bad in different ways. This one is going to be really, really hard to work with because it uses LTCG. And then the PS2 version is going to be really hard to work with. Well, it's going to be easier to work with, but basically we won't get results until the whole damn thing is decompiled. So, yeah. It's possible to look at Open Goal, which is a reimplementation of the Jak and Daxter series games. Isn't that... But I feel like that's possible because much of the game was already written in... yeah, much of the game was already written in kind of a custom language, not machine code. I don't think that's true for Burnout, though. I think Burnout is mostly machine code. Does LTO optimize return registers, or does it keep it in EAX or RAX? Good question. My guess is it doesn't. My guess is it keeps them in EAX. I guess it might say somewhere here, return. No. My guess, I think it keeps them, but I don't know. I guess there's nothing necessarily requiring it to keep it that way. Just giving an example of being possible off the top of my head. Yeah, there would be certain scenarios that would make it easier. Probably the best thing we have going for us in terms of Burnout is renderware. So, you know, even if we did have to decompile the game, a pretty significant amount of it would be like renderware, and we wouldn't have to decompile that part. We could probably just hook that in. So if you want to see kind of I'll try and see if I can put together a side-by-side. Figure 6 says EX, EDX, ESI, and EDI. Yeah, that's for parameters. But I don't know about that. I don't know if, or does it say that about return values as well? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the return value. Do I not have the Burnout 3 stuff on here? Do I have to log in? Oof, alright. Well, I guess I'll log in off stream real quick. Oh, it's a shared project, hang on. Not that any of this info is really, like, hidden, you know, it's just smarter. Alright, hang on. So, gonna grab, yep. Ah, shit, some of the stuff, it probably has to be updated. Oh, another thing, oh, hang on, we've got some...
Hello, is this Pizza Hut?
No, unfortunately. I wish. I'd love a pizza right now, but I'm always hungry. That's the problem. I have such a 12-year-old palate. Like, I like junk food. I like candy. If I'm not keeping an eye on what I'm eating, you know, if I'm not paying attention, I will eat, you know, candy for breakfast and fried chicken for dinner. Like, I just will. I throw the ringtones. I don't know. Check the TTS Monster. There's a link if you click the TTS Monster reward. There's a link there that they'll give you like information about what's available. All right. So real quick, I'm gonna have to grab the Emotion Engine plugin for Ghidra because that's the PS2 that's the CPU, I should say, in the PS2. Or should I compile this myself? Hang on, which one does this use? Because there's a couple of these. Yeah, there's like the reloaded one that I should arguably be using instead. But I don't know if this is in the AUR yet. Yeah, maybe I'll just compile this manually. That's okay. So, congratulations guys, you're gonna watch me compile a Ghidra plugin. Woo! Alright, fairly certain it's gonna be... Do I even have Gradle installed? I don't. PS2, they called it the Emotion Engine because it inspired sorrow. It makes me very emotional, you're right. The emo engine, yeah. Yeah, I know Ghidra extensions are easy, I'm just like... I prefer, because like, if it's in the AUR, that means it should update itself, so I shouldn't have to do this again later on, but... yeah. I love Java. Yeah, I know what you mean. It do be like that sometimes. I'm not nerdy enough to understand all this, but sticking around because the end goal of my life is to become a super nerd like you. I don't know about that. I don't know if I should be encouraging that. I feel like I should be saying, don't be like me. Go outside. Spend time with loved ones. Basically the opposite of what I do all day. At least it's cross-platform. Yep. It is, you know, that was kind of the whole thing. It was write once, run anywhere, right? Alright, dist. So I have to move this to opt, Ghidra, extensions, Ghidra. Yeah, just in there. And then, ooh. Oh, I didn't, yeah. Okay, and now Ghidra makes this a little bit complicated because now you have to open it. Wait for it to open, wait for all this stuff to happen, don't care. Then you have to enable the extension. And then you have to restart Ghidra and do it all again. Yay! Your Java runs? Sometimes it does, yeah, true. Do you genuinely like the stock Breeze KDE theme? Why is that such a like pointed question? I'm guessing your point is I shouldn't. But yeah, I don't hate it enough to change it, I suppose. As long as it's like a reasonable dark theme, yeah. The thing is, usually if I try like other community themes, they're usually broken in some way. They're usually like fucked up in some way. Alright, so I'm checking out the Xbox version and the PS2 version. I have to upgrade the fucking project data. Ugh! Why is Ghidra like this all the time? Alright, so what I have to do for this, I have to like terminate all of these. They're all just my computers anyway. Yep. And I'll do it all for these as well because because we're definitely gonna look at both of these essentially. Terminate, 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 and then I have to get an exclusive checkout of each one, and then I have to uncheck it out so that I can make it unexclusive so my other computers can get it again. So we've upgraded, cool. I have to save. I have to. Wait, what? Oh, I hijacked it from myself. That's why. Hang on. So do that again. Check it out. Exclusive checkout. Let it upgrade.
Hi, man. I finally pushed the share button. I'm having
Hey.
trouble setting up my Bill Gates .xml on Thunderbird. Do you think you could help?
Have you looked at the instructions? The instructions should work. If they don't work, I have no idea. Okay, upgrade, cool. Save. Also, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate it with the Prime. Okay, so now I've updated it. Now we check it in. Yeah. Now we uncheck it out, and then check it out again, but not exclusively. For God's sake, what a fucking. Why? Who designed it like this? They don't work. They work for me, so I I hate to be unhelpful, but I don't know what else to. I have no idea if those don't work. I can try it in a second though, but I'm just I'm a little frustrated with this right now. The NSA. I know. My tax dollars deserve better than this. Yeah, I'll check out I'll try it again in Thunderbird in a couple minutes. But as far as I know, the instructions should work. Because that's like I have them all set up in Thunderbird, so those are the instructions. Well, that's how I should have set them up. Just give me 1 second though. Okay, we're doing this again for this one. And the thing is, I have so many executables in here because there's a lot of stuff that goes into this, and I'm gonna have to do this to every single one that I want to open. It's so annoying. If you show your Thunderbird settings, it might show them what they're doing wrong, at least if they are, maybe. Tell you what, if you're in the Discord, send your Thunderbird settings and I'll compare them with mine, and yeah, we'll see. Hang on, I'll add one right now. My Thunderbird is not on the stream though. It's not on the stream system. Okay, so okay. Say Matt at doorionyourmom. I think this is the password. Configure manually. IMAP. Hostname is server.matkc.com. Port is 993. I had to check. Security is SSLTLS. Authentication should be normal password. Username should be Matt at doingyourmom. Outgoing should also be server.matkc.com. Should be 465. Should be SSL. Authentication should be normal password. Retest. Okay. Following settings. Done. Account successfully created. Worked for me. Hang on. Where's my chat at? Damn it, I've got too many windows. I don't know what I'm looking at. Here we go. Yeah, seems like the instructions still work. What happens to the emails when the Twitch sub runs out? I think I've written this somewhere. Nothing happens. I should just say, I think I'll just say that. Nothing happens when the Twitch sub runs out. Yeah, if you can, hang on, let me, yeah, let me just post, just to be, just to try to help, works on my machine. It does, I mean, like I said, I know that's a really unhelpful answer, but, yeah, but I don't know. Hang on. So I'm just gonna send like I'll send a screenshot of like what I've done. Configure manually. Yeah, make sure you do configure manually. That's important. You only have to sub to get it. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Here. This is what I did. Yeah, I'm posting it in the Discord, and in case I assume you're in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I could find another way to post it. Here, I'm posting it in off topic. Which I guess I could post this on the stream as well. They should look like settings should look like this. Yeah, as long as everything is like as long as like the password is right, I think this should work. Finally joined the Discord. Just kept forgetting to because self-distraction is a bitch. Hey, I know that feel. I'm in Discord. Nice. Yeah. So. Try that. If that doesn't work, I'm not sure. It would have to, I feel like it would have to be something on your end. But I don't know what that would be. Running it for a few years. Have you looked at MailCow? It does all the hard stuff for you and has a nice API. I've been running it for a few years. Does auto-discover, auto-config and done it before you? I have not, but one of these days I'll look into some, yeah, I mean, it's probably worth looking into. Yeah, one of these days. Like, I always say on the instructions, I think I say currently. I say currently because my plan is to have it working eventually. I don't know how I'll do it. Maybe I will use something like MailCow, but yeah, I'll have to look into it. I haven't looked into it at all yet. Is the thing. Program to drum and bass. Yes, that's the idea. If you have questions, yeah, maybe I will. One of these days I'll look into it. Yeah, it just hasn't been a priority yet. Okay, so now I've gotten through all the fucking this stuff. Oh wait, I still have to. Was there really no easier way at NSA? Was there really no easier way to do this? Like. Alright, so yeah. Check in the new version and then undo checkout and then check it out again. This time not exclusively. Alright. I can't go through this because this is modal. I'd love to show like what I've been looking at. Brain goes 50% password drum and bass. That's what I'm saying. Will you buy the domain? Matt KC shits in the fucking sink. No. What makes you think I will buy that domain? Okay. Let me get this window. I've got so many windows on my screen. Hang on. Let me just close some of this shit. This, I really should. I don't know why I have this window open at all, honestly. That's okay. Okay. Because if you don't, someone else will. You know, I don't. If someone else... I can't, but I can't buy like every negative domain about myself. The only negative domain I do want to buy is mattcases.sucks, but the problem is it costs like $300 a year. Black metal, that works as well, yeah. Anything with a good like beat, I think. Okay, so what I've got in here is this is the Xbox version. This is the PS2 prototype that I painstakingly manually applied the linker map to because the linker map was 5 days old, so it did not perfectly match up to the actual binary we got. But I managed to get it with a script. I have the San Andreas XB in here just because I wanted to see, like, I wanted to compare it with another renderware game. I have the retail PS2 version. I probably do want that. And I also have the Xbox kernel, which so far hasn't been very useful at all. I have the Direct3D 8 libraries, because that's the stuff that the Xbox version would have linked with. And I also have the PC version of renderware, which is not what it would have linked with, but would be relatively similar, is my guess. The Xbox version of renderware has not leaked, only the Windows and the PS2 versions so far, I think. Maybe GameCube? But I don't know about that. So when I talk about like the difference in the code, so what's really nice about this prototype version is, yeah, we have all of the we have a lot of the symbols because of the linker map. So we can look at like pretty much every function in the game is labeled, which is nice. That's very useful. And my original plan was to kind of use this stuff to cross-reference with the Xbox version, so that I could kind of get a better idea of what it was doing. Because you can see, like, well, this is CB3 Sound Manager. Cool, we know that that's something to do with sound. And this is probably the in-memory instance of the Sound Manager, the singleton. Except, here's the problem with the whole LTCG stuff. If we go to the... oh, these are both the same. Hang on, I opened two instances of the same thing. If we go to the Xbox version, yeah, the problem is that everything has been... So I've gone and tried to label things as best as I can. But a lot of stuff has been inlined to shit. So if we go to, I don't know, case 7, which was... hang on. Yeah, case 7... I mean, this might also just be stuff that's changed between... That's the other problem, is you also don't know exactly what's changed between the prototype and the retail release. I mean, we can kind of get an idea because I also have the retail PS2 version here, but some of it is going to be differences between the PS2 and Xbox version. Some of it is going to be differences between the prototype and the final release, and some of it is going to be like LTCG'd to shit. Yeah, let's take a look at case 6. So we have this function called CGT timer next frame, and then this value gets +1. Here, that next frame function has just been inlined. It's just a +1, and then we get that second +1, and then we have, I guess we have these updates, so that's nice. We have this global variable set to 1. We have these set to... So a lot of this does line up, but then a lot of then like this. So. This, I don't know where the hell, yeah. Okay, this is kind of... So this is, I think this is going to be the same vtable function, but it's at a different offset, which is confusing. Oh wait, No, because this is plus 10. This is plus 10. Maybe this is the same vtable function. Or is this... This might be this, but inlined. Yeah, anyway, so this is where it gets complicated, is when you're not sure what's been inlined and what hasn't been, and what's different because it's just changed, and what hasn't been. The prototype version predates the final release by, I think, 52 days or something like that. So let's grab, real quick, let's grab the retail PS2 version as well. Keep in mind, Virtual Destructor Hell is a thing, and MSVC likes to add on extra method compared to GCC. That does ring a bell. I feel like that's true. Terminate, yes. Where'd it go? So yeah, that's why... So essentially, I have two suboptimal options, which is try to deal with the Xbox version's spaghetti code, try to deal with MSVC, which is my least favorite compiler of all time, or try to deal with the comparatively much nicer... Oh, it's actually not GCC, this game. This game was a MetroWorks game, which I actually hear people have a lot of trouble with that compiler as well. I know that the Metroid Prime guys, I think they've come into my chat and talked about this. The Metroid Prime guys, they're like reverse engineering the compiler. I think that's MetroWorks as well, because they're trying to figure out like why the hell it makes some of the decisions that it makes. So we might end up in a kind of similar situation there. Based MSVC hater, true. So yeah, it's. In an ideal world, we can probably do both, in the sense that we can decompile the game and do this PC port at the same time. It's just going to be really, it's going to be such a mind fuck to try to figure out, like, again, try to compare the prototype to the final release. It's just going to be so annoying. But like I said, I think it's gonna be okay. All right, I think it'll be fine. I think that's the way to do it, because I think there's no great argument behind looking at this and saying, no, I'd rather fuck around with code for the next 2 years instead of just making this playable, right? Like, getting this far and saying, no thanks, we're gonna start from scratch with a brand new decomp. I feel like there's no real good argument for that. That being said, it's gonna be a real tough time. I'm gonna call me Sans Undertale, because I'll be having a bad time. You could probably collab with those guys in that situation, because compilers are a mindfuck wrapped in crushable decisions housed inside an enigma. Yeah, that's true. Like, I've talked about potentially collabing with like the Lego Rock Raiders guys, because they have some of the they run into some of the same issues that we do. So yeah, I mean, could work together on it. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's gonna be the situation. We're just gonna try to get this as close as we can. We're going to be you have to use 3 different sources to try to get this this code. And I don't think we're going to be going for any kind of byte compatible decomp or anything like that. I call it on the GitHub repo, I call it an open source reimplementation, and I think that's what I'm sticking to. Okay, upgrading this, check it in, don't keep it checked out because we need to check it back out anyway to get the non-exclusive version. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of a rundown of, I guess, the problem. So what would be really interesting, trying to think how low level I want to go with this, which is, so currently we have Burnout 3 going through CXBX. Now I think ideally, at some point in the future, it'll probably be like minimally going through CXPX. I think we'll probably try and decouple it as much from its Xbox backend as possible. And maybe at some point, we'll be injecting enough that it will be a full like decompilation that, you know, it'll be that we won't even need to patch any of the Xbox stuff at all anymore. But we're certainly not there yet, and they're probably pretty far off. I think that's capitalized wrong. Okay, so what I can do right now is I can patch the what are they called? They're the push buffer code, which is Direct3D stuff. So I can patch the push buffer code and it'll look right. Presumably, it'll look right after that. But the thing about that is that, hang on, I should add that as a point. Hopefully, at some point, it'll be decoupled from its Xbox, from Xbox infrastructure entirely. However, I could also try to hook its renderware code, try to get it more natively Windows. It's an interesting, I mean, neither of them are necessarily the wrong thing to do, and you could do both. It's just kind of like, this one will be quick and easy, but perhaps we'd have to do this in the future anyway, depending on how far we go with this. Push buffers, if you don't know, push buffers are essentially just when the game tries to give native Xbox GPU instructions to the Xbox GPU. They work great on the Xbox, but you know, we don't have a real Xbox GPU here, so they don't do anything. Now, so essentially I can rewrite the push buffer code into like Direct3D code that will, I think, work pretty well, but it may be a better use of my time to actually just try and decouple it entirely. Oh yeah, it is a little Gran Turismo-y. Where is this actually from? Is it just auto-playing, or is this still Test Drive Unlimited? Oh, it is still Test Drive Unlimited. That's fun. This game has a really long soundtrack. Damn. It's got a really long soundtrack, actually. Apparently there's 90 tracks in here. What the fuck? Anyway. Okay, so if we're gonna look at how to do this, I want to see if okay, so what can I start to do? Like where to even begin? I could look at the renderware stuff, like RW engine start. I think I've labeled it in the Xbox version as well. I have, yeah, and it gets called in kind of two places. There's like a yeah, thankfully this is equivalent in both. Interesting. Oh, so this is actually a renderware function. So if I find the two places this is called, I can probably start to label these and make a little more sense. Oh shit, it's grouped my stuff. I want to turn that off. Cool. That way I can switch between stuff quicker. Okay. That's good to know. I think... Yeah, okay. So this is a baked-in renderware function. We don't actually have to worry about this at all. I called it, in my initial reverse engineering, I called this initialize renderware 2. It's good to know, actually, that it's not part of the game, it's part of renderware, because that means I don't have to worry about it. Great. Because I don't think this ever gets called. By the game, at least. It's in some vtable, I guess, and maybe there's a chance. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Alright, so this is okay, so we know at least what this function is. This is called CB3 Graphics Manager Open Renderware. Not this one. The last function we were looking at. This one, I think. Unless like other shit has been inlined into it, but I'm gonna assume that's not the case yet. Yeah, I'll give it the name to start with. There we go. And it would take a I believe this would take a CB3 graphics manager. Its first function call is init. RW engine init here. Okay. Yeah, I think I feel pretty confident that this is correct. So we have a man. I'm trying to think. Should I really start like? I'm always considering putting it up to a poll. Like, so yeah, should I just patch some of the Xbox stuff to get this to look a little bit nicer, or should I actually decompile this function and other functions like it, so that I can, so that we can, you know, it will be a little bit more native. Decompile better for the long run. Yeah, I think that's the conflict, is like, you know, do I do something quick that'll have good results now, or do I do something slow that'll have better results later? Better off going for what's better in the long run. Yeah, probably. Okay. Well, how big? Let's figure out how big CB3 Graphics Manager is. And I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not bothering with a what's it called? With a I'm not bothering. This is not going to be byte accurate. It's quite literally. It's an open source. It is a non-clean room open source re-implementation. And if I ever get sued, hopefully what happens is the court decides that, much like Intel vs NEC, that I changed my shit up enough that it's fair use. Hey, we love fair use here. Low-hanging fruit might uncover something. Could do. Better results later. Also, hello. Hey, welcome to the stream. Means you won't see results now, but you'll much bigger payoff in the end. Yeah, and I do tend to lean towards. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so I do tend to lean towards better results in the future. Wait, we got 3 followers this stream. Yo, check out my follow count. Hang on, I'll just play it. This joke is so not gonna be worth it. Guys. Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his follow level?
It's over 9,000! What?
I don't know. I'm not really proud of that joke. I feel like that was so. It took so long. That wasn't worth it. If there's one thing you can count on from your friendly neighborhood Clive, it's dead memes and 15-year-old jokes. All right? Can I get an amen in chat? 15-year-old jokes, 15-year-old memes, right here. Claps in chat for me on the Matt KC live channel. God. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, back to this. Amen, brother. What did I miss? I have 9,003 followers, and I had to take us all back to 2007 real quick. Okay, anyway. So I think the consensus is pretty clear. Everyone reckons I should focus on the better solution rather than the quicker solution. And I do tend to lean in that direction. Sometimes I second guess myself because sometimes I can be too much of a perfectionist. Sometimes, I'll be working on something and I'll be like, oh, I just want it to be, just right. And next thing I know, 3 years have passed and I'm still working on it. So yeah, but I agree that it's probably the better move, especially here. I feel like there is actually a pretty convincing end point here. Oh, look at this. I have a function here called creates 10 textures. I named it that. It's not, obviously that's not its real name, but that's what it does. It creates 10 textures, and I realize here it does it creates a texture cache. That's probably what that is. Cool, good to know. I'm unfollowing just for that. Uh-oh. Oh, you actually did. I have 9,002 followers now. No. Follow again, damn it. This is unacceptable. Wait, I unfollowed. Wait, is it going to be 9,000? Is it going to be under 9,000 now? Damn it. Getting the quicker thing will get you the quick thing. If you do the better thing, it'll bring you the quick thing and more later on. Yeah. I think the argument for doing the quick thing is if I thought that, if I was trying to get attention and trying to get more contributors, there's an argument that having something usable sooner will get more attention. But that's probably not a concern here, because if I want attention, I'll make a YouTube video about it, damn it. Right? So yeah, it's probably not something to really stress about. Minimally viable attention, yeah, exactly. Oh, look at this. This is actually the construct function. Interestingly enough, and I don't quite know how this works, but the Burnout 3 classes don't have any constructors. They never seem to use constructors. They always seem to use a function called construct that they've made themselves. I've never quite seen this pattern before, but yeah, anyway, that seems to be the case. And that probably means that this is also CB3 Graphics Manager construct. That's my guess. Is game made in C or C++? It is C++, unfortunately. C tends to map a little bit better to x86 assembly, and probably would be a little bit easier to decompile, but your beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. My god, why is this function so long? It's probably because they unrolled a bunch of... This looks like an unrolled loop. You guys think this is an unrolled loop? Each one increments 1... Oh, except for here where it increments 2. Fuck! Shit, well... Yeah, C code is easier to decompile, it is. This was 2004, so C++ I think was pretty common by this point. In the 90s, most console games were C, which is kind of nice. If only, right? Lego Island is not C though, because that's not a console 90s game, that's a PC 90s game, and by that I think they got C++ a little... It started getting popular a little sooner on PC. Object factory nonsense? Maybe? I'd have to... Well, we'll see, I suppose. We're gonna learn so much bullshit about this code base. Another interesting thing they did was they have a lot of classes, they have a lot of objects, but they seem to mostly embed them into the into each other. So like it'll be class CB3 game, for instance, and then it'll be like CB3 graphics manager, manager graphics. Like no pointer, no anything like that. Like the whole class is embedded in other classes. It seems to be the case. So that's a strange pattern as well, I feel like. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me who's always allocating stuff on the heap. I think, yeah, but like I said, we're not going for a byte accurate decompilation here. We're going for an open source re-implementation. If anything, we're probably going for something kind of like this, the Wipeout rewrite game, where it's very faithful, but like all the code is going to be fairly custom, or at least like it'll resemble the original code just because it's trying to do the same thing. But we're not going to make, I don't think we're going to make any concerted efforts to make it exactly the same. I'm decomping this game from 99. It's going amazingly. Probably not because of all the real object code got leaked and I mapped my decomp to that. Definitely not. Definitely. Lucky bastard. To be fair, I mean, we've got some help here. We've got the linker map on this prototype, so we at least have names for all the functions, and I think we have names for all the global variables as well. But that's about it. We don't have anything more than that. We don't have symbols or object code or anything like that, I don't think. Not unless any leaks sometime soon. I guess we'll find out. Alright, so... So I guess what I want to know is why... Oh, look at this. There's a, as you might expect, the constructor calls the base constructor as well. This, my guess is this gets inlined into the Xbox version. God, I hate the Xbox version. A summary on what's happening in 3 words or less. Decompiling game is pretty good, yeah. Technically, it's not a decomp as much as it is a just reverse engineering and rewriting. But yeah, we'll see. I wonder if it would be faster to get a job at Criterion Software and get the source code as an employee. As far as from what I've heard, and this is hearsay, I wasn't there. From what I've heard, EA destroyed the last known copy of the source code for this game, and that's why they've never re-released it. They keep re-releasing Burnout Paradise over and over again. But what I've heard is, and again, I think one of these images. Yeah. Again, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not this guy. But this guy, this was apparently a thing that happened. Criterion dissolved, the EA board, most Criterion employees are gone. I think they are, yeah. One of them might have like a backup somewhere in their storage room or something. It's certainly possible, but like I don't know if we can count on that. So allegedly, this guy bought PCs from So in 2018, developer PCs used to store the source code of Burnout 1, 2, and 3 and Revenge. Landed on eBay, was sold, and EA sent in lawyers asking for the data. Allegedly, they destroyed this computer, and it was the only. Allegedly, it was the last known copy. EA destroyed their own last copy of the code. Like I said, I don't know this, in the sense that this is just something I've heard. I wasn't there. I wasn't involved in this happening. But that's what I've heard. Those stories always make me so sad. Yeah, I mean, EA lawyers don't care. You know, their concern is intellectual property, not, you know, game code preservation or anything like that. Okay, so, God, I guess we're gonna make a class called, oh right, I'm supposed to be learning how to use VS Code. Matt was the guy who destroyed the PC. No way, not me. Not people digging up my sordid past at EA. No way. All right, let's get out of here. I need to open a new folder. Reburn 3. Here we go. Did I make any useful changes? I don't think so. I think it was just when I typed F that one time. I trust the authors. He's me. Of course I know him. He's me. All right, let's make a new folder. Let's call it game. So yeah, so this is where we're actually going to put real Burnout game code, not CXVX interaction or anything like that. Real deal game code. Let's make a new class. Call it. Guess I'll call it CB3 Graphics Manager. Sure, why not? And then I have to make a header. Wait, is there an easy way in VS Code to make a class, or do I have to install like an extension for that? Class CB3 Graphics Manager. Can use Copilot for decomp help. I know you can use AI to like help explain functionality, help explain assembly code and stuff like that. I don't know how good it is at like writing stuff though. Download the CX extension in CMake. I already have that stuff, I'm pretty sure. But like that stuff I don't think adds yeah, I'm fairly certain I already have those extensions, but they don't add like I want like a class creator macro. VS Code is basically Notepad on steroids. If you want anything, you have to install extensions. Yeah, I had a feeling. So yeah, I can't like it's technically not a real IDE. Okay. Well, that's all I needed. Yeah, basically. So if I do I have Qt Creator on here? So this is an actual IDE Qt Creator. If it actually starts up, it's a little buggy, which is why I kind of stopped using it. Yeah, but like it will like auto create. Oh, there it was. It finally showed up at the end. Why the fuck did I decide to do the Win32 API? What the fuck is wrong with me? Going well, is it? Rename Visual Studio Code to Visual Studio. As easy as that. True. Good point. Me when system parameters in Photos doesn't work. Oh god. Really? Yeah, the Win32 API was written at a very different time. Wasn't it? Didn't that start in the 80s? It must have started in sometime in the late 80s. And then like they just gradually kept it around and kept adding stuff to it. I mean, in theory, I've seen some NT source code. Don't ask me how. Trying to get pull data from actual Windows XP, and it's just not. Really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you there. Weird. Yeah, but I've seen like NT source code, and basically what they did was they re-implemented the Win32 API and just have it calling like NT functions. So they've kept the API around for like compatibility, even though like internally it probably doesn't do anything at all except for call something in NT. But as for why something doesn't work in actual XP, that's just a Microsoft moment, I'm afraid. I don't know if I can help. Alright, so let's see, what's next? Yeah, I probably do want actual Visual Studio, but the problem is I don't actually want it to be in the Visual Studio like ecosystem. I don't want it to be stuck with as like a SLN file and only compilable on Windows, you know. Don't need that. Okay, so I guess we're gonna fucking start writing some code. Wild. Win32 is 1985. Oof. Well, I guess back then it wouldn't have been Win32 yet, but it would have been the Windows API. Yeah, it must have been. I know that I'm sinning when I'm saying this, but Sea Lion. I've heard good things about Sea Lion. Maybe was it Clion? Is it like Clive? And that that you can get like you can get a free license if you do an open source project. I've heard stuff like that, and maybe I'll have to look into it. But yeah, I do like FOSS though, you know. JetBrains products are so good, but they take so much fucking memory, it's absurd. Really, I haven't used one, I don't think. Void construct. Void. I think there's also an update in there. Okay. Call get last error to get extended error information. Calls get last error. Get return 0. Yay! That sounds about right. It sounds like you might be in a similar situation I was when I was trying to get .NET on Windows 95, where stuff that should work doesn't. Good times. So this function actually is called OpenRenderWare. Yeah, we can trust this code. So I'm trying to just figure out how much of this we need. A0. Does A0 come in as a this call? Yes. Based. Okay, cool. Good to know. I'll save that. Windows 95 has some excuse, XP doesn't. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so yeah, we just got a function called. I'm gonna assume this is private. Open renderware. Where? It's not going to be byte accurate, but I'll make it faithful to the original where I can. And it's only called this one time, so I'm going to assume it's a private function. How tall are you, private? CV3 graphics manager. So we're gonna. Right. I'm gonna see how much of this I can actually do. I mean, the problem is, like, yeah, the problem is a lot of this is not going to work by default. It's going to take a while. Like, if we're decompiling any of this game, a lot of it is going to take a while before it actually prints anything useful. Did I hear renderware? It do be like that. Yeah, this is a renderware game. Trying to start a Burnout 3 decomp attempt. Oh no, you've missed a lot. We already we're doing a. It's not necessarily a decompilation. It's a it's a PC port plus open source re-implementation where necessary. It already pretty much works. You can see the graphics are a little goofy. Should I try Burnout 1? Like, should I play chronologically? I would say don't bother. They're not like story games or anything. I'd say 2 is okay, but 3 is where it becomes like... 3 I feel like is where they work out all the kinks. Some people say that Revenge is better than 3. I actually am yet to play Revenge. But yeah, so we're kind of doing, it's a PC port, which is kind of partially working, but to get it working better, we might have to decompile some of the code, is essentially the situation. Alright, so, yeah, I don't need this anymore. Alright, so, let's do some... This might not be entirely legal, but we're going to read some renderware documentation. Not that anyone cares. I'm fairly certain nobody cares, but we're going to look at it. Renderware, yeah. Docs, yeah. here we go. PDX, user guide, is this what I want? Why is it opening in Critter of all things? What the fuck? Go away. I just want something that'll tell me about, oh, API reference, that's what I want. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, I like that. I like that shit. Oh, it's a define Winverse situation. I've been in those. I had to do those. This is... The headers I was compiling against were from the Windows 7 SDK, which changes the structure I'm using slightly. Damn. Ain't that a Windows moment? I feel like, yeah, that's... I feel for you, I do. Okay. So all I want from this is oh, for fuck's sake. I don't actually want Wine's help reader. I actually want do I actually have it already? No. I want the KChum viewer. Amazing that this actually exists. That's like I don't know if this is, maybe this isn't actually an official KDE project, but like it looks like one, and it's kind of wild if it is, if it really exists. All right, UBW engine init. All right, here we are. Cool. So this is the function we want to call. I'll throw that off to the left as I write my stuff. KDE have a chum view. Apparently, well, I don't actually know if this is an official KDE project. It's like, but it's called KChum viewer, and I think it's written in KDE in a Qt. Yeah, it is written in Qt. So it certainly looks like a KDE project. I have no idea if it's official though. Yeah, I don't know. We need to preserve this documentation somewhere it can easily be accessed. I'm fairly certain it's like anywhere in archive.org. Anywhere that you can get renderware, you can get this stuff. These look like the top 5 worst docs I've seen. I don't write a lot of C++. This looks pretty normal for like the 2000s. Like nowadays we Google all of our documentation, but before we Googled everything, then this is pretty normal. I always pronounced Qt like cute. That is how you're supposed to pronounce it. I simply refuse because I simply refuse. It does say in Wikipedia pronounced cute, though that now it says or as an initialism. I don't think it always said that. Hang on, if we actually go back. Now I'm curious. Yeah, it didn't used to say that. Someone has legitimized it simply because why would I ever want to call software cute? Someone has gone in and edited the Wikipedia just to legitimize calling it by its acronym. For modern Xbox SDKs, you still got to use a doc like this for learning. Interesting. Anyway, so okay, RW bool. What is it? I assume it returns true. Yeah, true if successful. Just call it R for now. RW engine init. So the first is a null. Actually, because we're using C++, I can probably use null pointer now. That's nice. Where is it? Here we go. Open flags. We're sending a 1. So what does that mean? I think it might be this. Let's see. Yeah. RW engine init no free lists equals 1. So that's the flag. And then we're sending back. Yeah. And then the arena size, we're sending, it's 256. Hex 100, yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm literally just gonna... Because this feels like... my plan is not necessarily to decompile the whole game like right now. My plan is simply... If if I want to get the graphics to be relatively native on Windows or on any other platform, it probably makes sense to hijack the renderware stuff, because that's where all the graphics happens. God damn it, Matt, I've sent the same message twice. What did you send? Decompile game, finish decomp with a few missing vars. My decomp runs perfectly. Open IDE to find the missing var names. Every var name is gone. Open wrong file. I see. Oof. Sorry to hear you're burnt out, Matthew Clive. Your mental health is very important to us. I hope you get better soon. Hey, thanks for the mental health check. I appreciate it. Don't worry, I'm only burning out in good ways. All right. Anyway, I'm burning out in socially acceptable ways. That's the point. Okay, so if or don't know what this is. Some more renderware shit. If this does not equal 0, seems like it. Written so confusingly. Okay, so I think oh, I guess we don't this isn't ever used again, is it? So as a matter of fact, probably how we just probably sneak it in here, right? Alright, cool. Not equals 0. Actually, maybe I should even do it like that. And if it's a not equals 0, then that's just a we don't even need the equals. And for now, I'll keep it in separate if statements just to make it more readable. Then if this does not equal 0, okay, so we've done all that. RW engine open. Clearly, we're giving it a pointer to a local variable. That's interesting to note. Also, yeah, none of these are going to link to anything. I wonder if I should bother. Should I link with the actual renderware SDK, or should I should I try linking with librw? I mean, obviously I won't distribute it with the real renderware SDK, but during development it'll probably provide a more accurate result. Engine open. Oh, so we give it some open params. Interesting, but we don't actually set any. What are the open params? Oh, I think they differ per platform from memory. So like if we had open params, you won't know until you try. Go librw. Maybe. I just feel like my concern is if librw was never completed, which I don't think it ever was, then I might run into like undefined issues, you know? Whereas at least we know real renderware was done. Really need to learn C++, but every time I approach it, I feel like I'm missing certain parts. It takes some time. I feel like it probably took me... I mean, it took me at least a year before I was any good at it, but after a couple months, I feel like I was alright at I felt like I was alright at figuring out at least what I needed to do, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna check real quick, because we're looking at the PS2 version of renderware, so I want to just want to make sure I know what it's providing. Oh, hang on, I should explain that better. We're decompiling code from the PS2 version, and it's sending a 0. Now, that could just mean... now, this is the PC version of renderware. That could just mean, you know, display ID equals null. Or, it could be telling it something else, and I just want to know. So I'm going to check the PS2 version real quick of the docs. RW engine open params. Cool. Nope, it's exactly the same. It's just display ID. Alright. So display ID equals null, actually null pointer, and open with these. If equals 0, RW engine term 1. Okay, so that's that bit. Else we do all this shit, basically. Okay, it's all over the place. Where the hell did this come from? Okay, so I think... Ooh. Oh, hang on. Ugh. It's a problem with looking at the pseudocode. It's all indented incorrectly. Why is it not 1 here, but it is 1 here? Oh god. Why? It probably is actually 1, but it loads the intermediate here. Actually, let's just double check. Does RW engine term... What does it take? Does it take a value? It doesn't. It actually doesn't take anything. So this is a red herring. This one up here. Yeah, no. Ignore that. Interesting. Okay. So this actually might be written more like... the else might be actually down here. Oh god. I have to fix this indentation soon. I unfollowed and refollowed today. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate the support. Okay. Params, RP Sky. I don't know where any of this stuff comes from. Like, is RP a... That's still, that feels like it's still going to be renderware stuff, but I don't know. Renderware RP, actually I should look it up here. Renderware RP Sky. Nope, no one has any fucking idea. Okay. See what plugins it loads. RW raster register plugin. Okay, that's probably worth knowing. I do know RW raster is one. Register plugin. Used to register a plugin and reserve some space within a raster. This must happen after the engine has been initialized but before the engine is opened. Fair enough. I guess I should also double check to see if the Xbox version does that, but plugin ID. Oh, okay. So it really is just numbers. Like, it just gives it some IDs, and that's what does it. What happens if someone who doesn't follow calls a follow age? It should have a case for that. Yeah. I wonder what this RP Sky is going to be. That'll be interesting. Alright, anyway. $677 days? January 2022? Really? That's crazy. Me when working. I'm gonna head straight to bed when I get home. Also me at 23:10. Sure, I'm gonna watch Matt decompile Burnout. Hey, here we go. Oh god. Alright, Set video mode params. That's interesting. Is this a... Ah, shit. What the fuck am I even looking at? Well, this is going to be 640. And this is 512. Is that actually the resolution it runs at on the PS2? 640 by 512? I guess that's possible. 32 bits? Yeah, probably. Where's the equivalent Xbox function? It is in open renderware. Okay. So after we open... Yeah. It's probably all here, but like it's all just been inlined and LTCG'd. I haven't slept. I'm so tired but can't sleep. Jesus. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. What was the... Hang on. I just remembered something. I think I was gonna... Oh, no. No, I wasn't. I did have a plan for this afternoon, but it was literally just go grocery shopping. So just wanted to make sure it wasn't something important. Sleep is temporary. Burnout 3 source code is forever. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Alright, well... RW engine close. Let's just check all these other functions, make sure they're being called properly. Close, no, yep, okay, term. So basically they all have no parameters except for init and open. Init I've worked out already, open I've worked out already. Cool. This I can probably clean up and just say like if that, and then I'll flip these around. 'Cause we don't need that. I see some member setting. I wonder what this does. CV3 memory manager. Well, obviously it manages memory, but what does get block size do? Oops. Acquire block. Memory manager, I assume, is like RAM, not memory cards. Yeah, it has to be RAM. It would make no sense to do like memory card stuff in the graphics manager. Acquire block. Get memory block. CV3 memory manager. God, I don't know what any of this stuff does. Like, I assume it's allocating stuff, but like, what does it mean to acquire a block versus get memory block? Without sleeping meds, I stay awake for 3 days. Oof, that's crazy. Where the sex couch is? My understanding is I gave it to a nice family who was just about to have, or had just had babies. They weren't having babies on the couch. They'd already had them, I think, or about to. And so I think my understanding is that it went to a nice home. Gonna do some maths, might as well study if I can't sleep. Well, yeah, I guess so. Alright, so what do we think get block size does? And it gets the block size of like different things. What the hell? You're casting the couch in a great light, Jesus. Famous couches. You got that with the casting couch, you got my couch. Yeah. What doesn't help is I can't see any like... Oh. I can't see any like... Oh, look at this. Okay, so this is interesting. We're setting a bunch of... We're setting like 640 by 448 by 16... Or 640 by 480 by 32 here. That's probably equivalent to this set video params thing. That's probably an inline version of set video params. Is going to be my guess. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, of course. Okay, I've learned something today. 640 by 480, this must be for NTSC. 640 by 512, that must be for PAL. And that must be what this does. Interesting. Okay. So hang on, let me make this a Discord again. We can probably, yeah, okay. Unfortunately, this is probably, again, it's probably inlined and optimized to shit in the Xbox version, so I don't know if we'll see all of this. Let's make a baby on this gentleman's couch. Let's make a baby on... He called it the sex couch. Clearly, that's what it's for. Okay, interesting. So this actually puts it in wild. Alright, we're actually getting some members out of this. Not 6-inch members, mind you. Some like... we're actually getting some goddamn info out of this. That's cool. Field 3BC. Because I made this struct before knowing what it actually was. Yeah, okay. Cool. So this is actually CB3 Graphics Manager. Man, we're actually kind of getting somewhere. What the fuck? There's already one that exists, apparently. CB3 Graphics Manager. What did I put in it? Nothing. Okay, I'll just fuck that shit off then. Dorito. Yup. So this is why it's good to have the linker map, because we get to, you know, before I was just guessing, now we actually know what this shit is. Cool. It's at least A28 bytes in size as well. I'm sure I got that from somewhere. I guess. Alright, I'm gonna take a piss real quick, but I'll be back with some more. We'll be continuing to burn out together. No, nothing happened with the sync. Apart from, washing my hands, obviously. Any particular reason why you're using the Xbox version? Don't really know anything about this project. I'm using both. The reason I'm using the Xbox version as like the primary base is because it's, the Xbox is Intel based, and its API is very similar to Windows. It uses something very similar to DirectX 8.1, which means that if you just hook those things, you get the game. Like, this is already running natively. Yeah, so it's just a way of running the game sooner. Like, if I was to just do if I was doing a decomp, like just a decomp, I would probably decomp the PS2 version, because it doesn't use LTCG. But that version doesn't run natively on x86 PCs, so we can't test our code as easily live. But because the Xbox version does have LTCG, it makes it a very suboptimal version to use to reverse engineer. So I kind of have to use both. Sounds like something a sick shitter would say. Well, how would you know? Oh wait, this is interesting. You guys see this? This calls RW Engine init, but it calls a completely different number. Rather than 256 or hex 100, it's calling it with 4000, which is 16384, 16 kilobytes roughly, presumably. Actually, not roughly, exactly 16 kilobytes, presumably. An RWUint32 specifying the size of the memory block in bytes reserved for the resources instancing arena can be set to 0 if no instance data will be used. So this is like memory stuff. It's a memory arena, I assume. Well, I guess I want to go with the Xbox value, but that's strange though. Were any of the classic Windows classic color schemes not garbage? What are you talking about? You mean you didn't like what do they call it? Eggplant? Oh no, I don't know if I can actually find an image. You didn't like Eggplant? I wish I could actually find one. I'd actually have to load a Windows 98 virtual machine, I think, to see them. What do you mean you didn't like this? High contrast #1? Actually, I think this was designed for like people with visibility issues. It wasn't designed to look nice. You know, I kind of like the desktop themes in like, but I probably like those mostly for nostalgia. They have like actual wallpapers and stuff. They're not just the color schemes. I was adding support for changing colors in my thingy and I was looking, they're all arse. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is true. I never used any of the, hang on. Let's actually load up a Windows 98 virtual machine real quick. Yeah, let's load up a real one. Is this on hooked up to 98 at the moment? No, it's hooked up to 95. Fuck! Copy. I accidentally called it Windows 99. Yo! Windows 99 is out! It's about fucking time. Here we go. I did not come into anything, alright? Stop spreading this lie. Do I look like someone that's coming all the time? Alright? No, didn't think so. Okay. Let's boot up Windows 99 real quick. Because apparently that's what we're doing now. Let's see if any of these are worth salvageable, okay? Windows 98 was so good, why isn't there a Windows 99? You know, I'm gonna say it, it's because you can't improve on perfection. See, look at this theme. This is the underwater theme with the cursors on. But we're not looking at the desktop theme. We're not looking at the plus themes right now. It's Patrick, hell yeah. No, let's be fair. Oops, not display. Let's be fair. Let's switch this back to Windows default, which is okay. There we go. Which is technically, I think, not. Hang on. Oh, maybe not. I thought Windows 98 title bars were supposed to have multiple colors, or it's supposed to be a gradient, but maybe not in 256 color mode. Let's restart with true color. What about the CUM PS2? That wasn't me. What are you talking about? I discovered the CUM. I didn't produce the CUM. Yeah, Eggplant was there. I know where to find it. I'm just trying to get like, I'm trying to be as fair as possible, right? By letting Windows 98 show up in its best light. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. So now I've got the 2-color title bars. This is a Windows 98 innovation, okay? Another thing that's kind of interesting is that the desktop themes... This is okay. When I say interesting, most people are not going to find this interesting. But when you set like Windows default here, they actually give you like fancier icons. These icons, these are not actually the default icons. You can tell because if you go into display and like go default icon, it goes back to the actual icon, which is not these. They re-rendered, they made some more 3D versions of these icons for the Plus pack, for that the Windows default theme. Anyway, so this is about as default as we can get. Let's take a look. Brick. Are we ready for the brick theme? True, because I always wanted my windows to look like a wall, the side of a building. Desert. You know, paired with the right wallpaper. Well, no, I'm not a big fan of this like blue-green. Don't love that. Eggplant. Here we go. How is this an eggplant, by the way? Like, can we just refresh our memory on what an eggplant looks like? Like, an eggplant is purple, sure, but where's this, like, blue coming from? Like, what part of this is this? Like, the window color. I like purple. The purple background is alright, but, like, I just don't know where this color comes from. This, if anything, this looks like, maybe, no, actually, I might be about to make an incorrect comparison. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, the high contrast stuff. I'll be fair on the high contrast stuff because I'm fairly certain this is designed for people with visibility problems. Oh, for some reason I did kind of like high contrast white. I don't know why. I think it's literally just because don't take this out of context. I think I just like white stuff, you know? I like, when I got my iPhone 6S, I got that in white because I liked it in white. Or, you know, when I got, I had an iMac growing up, and I had the white plastic color, and I liked that. And I liked the snow iMac G3. I think I always just liked white UI, you know. So for some reason, I did kind of enjoy this one, but that's about it. That's that, and you know, I'm not necessarily gonna say it's like super defensible. Lilac A. This might be kind of nice if the font wasn't like ridiculously oversized. Like, was it really necessary to to make this 22 font size? Oh no, that's the size of the title bar. I feel like the size, if they made the size a little bit more reasonable, this isn't so bad. This is salvageable. You just have to fix it yourself, you know? 9, no, it's gonna be 8. Yeah, then it looks right. That's, hang on, gotta fix this taskbar real quick. There we go. I could see that, you know, if you had like a Christina Aguilera or a Britney Spears wallpaper, I feel like this could fit. I feel like this could work, alright? Alright, what else have we got? Oh, that's not even the large size! That's the not large, it gets even bigger! What are you doing? I don't know, man. With a good wallpaper, yeah. You have to fix it up, and then you have to get a good wallpaper, and then it's all right. Maple. Why does this just look like a rundown McDonald's? I mean, I guess it's supposed to be rustic. It's quite yellow. How's the burning out going? It's going pretty well. We're taking a bit of a break right now to absolutely roast the Windows. I think these were from Windows 95. I think they were just carried over to 98. It's the color schemes. Do you have Joker Man font? I think I should. I think that was a default Windows 98 font. Or maybe it's not. Oh, maybe it only came with like some versions of Office. Huh. Yeah, I guess not. Never mind then. Looks like how cigarette smoke smells. That's probably kind of true. Also, this gray looks disgusting. Against the yellow, it's just the ugliest pairing of two colors I've ever seen. I kind of like most of these. Maybe I have bad taste. If you like big bold colors, I feel like you might. They are just big and bold though. Plum. This one, I mean, at least I could kind of see the. I feel like this is another one with a good wallpaper. It could be all right. At least it like, if you know when you see people make those memes about like color schemes in movies, it'll be like a frame from a movie and it'll show the colors at the bottom. At least this kind of all fits, I feel like. Yo, iDef, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Why did the hang on, where's that bot? Huh, the bot is still here. I don't know why that didn't come through. Yo, but thanks so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the 4 months. Hell yeah. Maple doesn't look bad with a decent background, a yellowed computer. Yeah, maybe with the maybe with the beige, the yellowed beige border of a CRT. Maybe that would work. Maybe that would all fit. Oh god, it's huge again. This one, it's even bigger and bolder than than Maple was. Yeah, Maple is actually kind of tasteful in comparison to Pumpkin. Oh god. Rainy Day. That just looks a lot like Marine, doesn't it? Oh no, Marine is much greener. I can see that now. Red, white, and blue, VGA. It's not exactly the red, white, and blue I was thinking of. Like, if you're gonna go with bold colors, you could go pretty all out. You could make this really American, you know what I mean? Rose. It's just huge again. I just don't love the, like, hang on, maybe this might be another one that we can fix by making the text smaller. Oh, but yeah, but these fonts don't really render that well on Windows 98. Wait, we can fix this, I think. Hang on, just get that title bar. There we go. What if we smooth the edges? No, they're too small. Damn it. With the right wallpaper, I think that's okay. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
Cheer 100 Matt, can you please say dangerous snake in the most Bush Posse accent
Dangerous
possible?
snake.
Matt cute.
I guess. What does that mean? Don't pull down my pants or else you'll find a dangerous snake. I don't know. Oh yeah, you can see the font smoothing kicks in as the font size gets larger, but it's not when you have it has to be big in order to get the font smoothing at all. Slate? Wait, that looks just like, oh, it's like slightly brighter, I guess. Spruce. Ooh. I was gonna say I might like this one because I'm a sucker for green, but actually, now that I'm looking at it in the system, I don't. It's something about it is too, like, it's too sea green for me. I feel like I'd want something a little bit Maybe a little bit less strong as well. Looks like vomit. It is a bit vomit looking, yeah. This is not terrible. I could see... This feels like the kind of color scheme you'd get if, let's say... I could see you playing like Age of Empires alongside this color scheme. Somehow this kind of works. Maybe because it's like mostly the default color scheme anyway. It's just like a different font and like it's a little more purple. Teal. I feel like these ones are okay because they're like kind of tasteful. They don't go ham with the solid colors. All the ones that are like VGA. I don't know what makes them VGA. Is it because they render well with like 256 colors? But yeah, like these are these ones are okay. I think because they're kind of tasteful in the sense that they're not they don't color the whole window, right? Yo, Beefy DJ.
Shadowpen, take my Bezos bucks.
Hey, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. For the Prime sub, the Bezos bucks, the $2.50 from your Amazon Prime subscription. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Wait, what's this? Oh, this is Plum again. Hell yeah. So, okay. So, basically, my conclusion is, yes, they're all kind of... Yo, for the 5 gifted subs, holy shit. Go on, lads. Go on. Scan on, cobbers. Yo, hell yeah. I appreciate that, that's so nice. Who got one? Halo Gamer 33, Nessie QT. Are they a QT creator as well? Foof the Tooth, Megastar64, and Jen Adams Codes. Yo, congrats on getting a sub. Hell yeah. Oh, and welcome to the stream, Fluffy. Else the title bar gradient? You're right. Where'd that go? Interesting. Where did that go? Why do I... Huh. So the Windows standard scheme doesn't have... What? There are some things like this where it can kind of feel like Windows 98 was like cobbled together and it's just like I like Windows 98 obviously, and in many ways it is a more refined Windows 95. But in some ways the things they added were kind of like goofy. Like check this out. So if I make this a blue to green gradient, okay? Here's the thing. They have this desktop themes that comes with Windows 98, but this is actually from the Windows 95 Plus pack. So it doesn't know that it's possible to have 2 colors in the title bar. So if I set any of these, I don't know, yeah, sure. Actually, no, let's pick Dangerous Creatures, because it's kind of a gray one. And it sets all the stuff. It's still got this as the green, because it can't change this, it doesn't know this exists. You know, ideally, it should be setting it to what it thinks it's setting it to, which is both sides of the title bar. Yeah, it only sets the one. So it just doesn't know, because they didn't bother to, like, update this for Windows 98. Crazy, yeah. It's even set it to Windows default. That's so fucked, I know exactly why that happens, but I assume it's just setting, like, well, you probably know more than me. I assume it's just like, it just sets this, but it doesn't set color too. There is a 98 Plus pack. Yeah, I know there is a 98 Plus pack, but this is the Plus pack that comes with Windows 98. Emphasis on the come. But, like, you'd think if they shipped it with Windows 98, that they would have, like... they even updated the string. It says Windows 98. You think they would have updated it to be, like, a little bit more 98 compatible. Time for me to patch it. Yeah, maybe I should. Hang on. What do you guys think? Like, should I go and decompile the desktop themes app? This one, themes.exe. Should I decompile themes.exe? I think I should. Jesus. Oh wow, in the product name it still says Windows 95, even though, yeah, it's clearly an updated app. It's clearly been changed slightly for Windows 98, but just not a lot. It hasn't been updated a lot for Windows 98. But anyway, how do I get that back though? How do I get my nice 2 gradient thing back? Where did it go? Wait, if I set this to 256 colors, yeah, and then I set it back to true color and restart, will it restore my second color? Wasn't there a huge leak for Windows source code a while back? Yeah, but none of it was the 9X code. It was NT4 has been leaked, 2000 has been leaked, and XP has been leaked. And I think even maybe some stuff from newer Windowses, but never any of the 9Xs. Yeah, unfortunate. It would be nice to actually have a look at some of the 98 stuff, being the one from my childhood. Nope, still no. So if you fuck around enough, then the second color is just gone forever. Like it's just there's no way of getting it back. And it's not any of these standard colors. It's certainly not that one. 9X was perfect and holy. That's why it couldn't be. Yeah, true. It's not that one though. That actually doesn't look bad. Yeah, fucking. So you just shit gets fucked. You just never get this color back if you like change it. Crazy. How to set up a virtual machine? This is PCM, though. In the past I've used VMware, Virtual PC. The reason why PCM is good is because it kind of I feel like it targets the CPU speed as well as like all the other stuff. So a lot of stuff will break. A lot of old versions of Windows will break on modern CPUs, oftentimes just because the modern CPUs are too fast. Like Windows, as it turns out, is full of race conditions, and you never know, like, and so if it goes too fast, it will just kind of break. So PCM is nice in that it's like an authentic speed. It feels like what Windows felt like to me back in the day. But you can get, like, if you want it to run faster, then you can get it to run faster in VMware. Windows is racist. Yeah. Grab the color from my mail CSS file. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think I actually have to look it up. But like, I don't know what you would have done in 1998. I guess you might have been able to Google it. So the color in mail KC, it was 1084D0. All right. It's a hex color. Oh, but I can't add a hex color here. Shit. Well, 10 in hex is 16. I know that off the top of my head. 16, 84. Damn it. Here we go. Hex. 84D0. 84 is 132. D0 is 208. So this is the actual color. Yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. But you'd never know, because apparently there's no way to get that back. I need to do it for the inactive title bar as well. So it goes from gray to 181 across the board. There we go. So you have to do it manually. As far as I know, there's no way to do that. Like, 'cause if you set it to Windows Standard, it just fucks it off. Like, ain't that some shit? Ain't that about a bitch? Anyway. Who knew they designed it around the hardware speed? True. I mean, to an extent, like, it probably ought to not, like, to those things ought to be handled. And you probably could go in there and fix them. Like, I know that Patcher 9X does some fixes. There are people who have tried. You could probably fix a lot of those race conditions just with, like, hex editing or assembly editing. But yeah, it's just, yeah, that's what's nice about it. Generally, I would prefer to use, like, the fastest thing out there, like QEMU or VMware, but I make an exception in this case just because, for the sake of nostalgia, the speed, like, as I said, this is the first time I used Windows 98 in a virtual machine, and it actually kind of felt like, you know, when I set a theme, it actually kind of felt like how it felt back in the day, you know? This whole process, you have to like wait a little while. It's like batting the thing, and then yeah, like that feels like that was my experience, right? So from that perspective, I make an exception. Cool ASCII, bro. The patch that supported AMD CPUs breaking the 3 GHz barrier just limited the reference clocks to a set value to stop their system racing away. Interesting. Is that what? Because I don't know if because you need to patch on Intel CPUs as well now. Yeah, I was looking up Clay because I thought maybe I was trying to relate one of the colors we were seeing earlier to something. Patcher 9X. There's something that you need to do on Intel CPUs now. As of the 11th gen. I guess it's a TLB invalidation bug. And some kind of speed limiter. Any frequency with 2 GHz or more due to dividing by 0 in the CPU speed test. God, that's cringe. But yeah, so stuff like this can get it to work. I find that it can still be a bit buggy on like faster virtual machines, but it helps for sure. Same patch works on all CPUs that have higher clock rates. Gotcha. Well, I think it seems like an additional issue was introduced with the 11th gen. Whatever this TLB invalidation bug is. So I guess it's both. It's the CPU speed limit and it's the whatever the hell this is. Oh, hang on. We've got a write-up here. Maybe we can read about it. In processor architectures that support paging, there are usually one or more TLBs or page walk caches to cache address translations. On x86, these translation caches are not coherent with memory accesses that modify the page tables. Add in prefetching out-of-order speculative execution and a desire to minimize the software overhead, and you end up with very tricky rules regarding when and how the various paging caches need to be invalidated. I'll be honest, most of that went over my head. But if I like spent more time researching, I'd probably figure out what that meant. Interesting though. Like, we've said this before that it feels like it seems to be the general consensus that the 10th gen Intel CPUs were kind of the last, like the last without any issues. Because like 11th gen has issues, 12th gen has issues. Yeah, they've all got issues now. Yeah. When you modify page tables, you have to tell the CPU. 9X doesn't tell the CPU, even though it's required per the spec. I see. Interesting. But like older CPUs allowed it. Did they allow it specifically for backwards compatibility, or did they? Was it just a quirk? The interest to tinker and mess with in the Windows 9X to this day makes me feel like ReactOS should have been a project to reverse engineer 98, could have been based on FreeDOS. That would be interesting. I mean, I guess there's not a lot of like industrial use for Windows 98, and that's usually what's paying for a lot of these projects. Like, you know, we all want to play games in virtual machines, but the people paying the money for the virtual machines is like enterprise and servers, right? So that's what they do best at. There's always a bug, but all the CPUs were just fine with it. Yeah, I get my question is, did Intel also, was it a, yeah, okay. So yeah, Intel CPUs just allowed it up until a certain point. But I wonder if they like kept allowing it for backwards compatibility until relatively recently. Huge news on my own reverse engineering endeavors. I now have complete coverage in the script I've been writing with help, so I can batch convert the game's entire library of textures. Hey, nice. Hell yeah. Actually trying to write an emulator for x86. Holy shit, is it complicated? Yeah, it's not called a complex instruction set for no reason. I think that's right. Hang on, now I have to double check. Fuck. Have I embarrassed myself on the internet? Yeah, complex instruction set computer. Yeah, so it's not called a complex instruction set for no reason. You ever check out ReactOS? Yeah, I know about it. I've never used it though. From what I've heard is like, it's more like, it's experimental and good for like testing things, but not really good for using things. They fixed a major bug recently that made it die every time it blue screened. It's much more stable now. Interesting, well, that's good. I feel like, and I think this might be their goal, that like if they could get a like total drop-in replacement for XP, there's probably a lot of places that would use something like that, or that would want something like that. So yeah. Maddening. It's a misc. Yeah, true. Okay. So anyway, back to this. So we are doing a bit of decompilation. The goal with this is not to decompile the whole game right away, because the game technically runs, because it's an Intel, it's x86 game, and Windows and Direct 3D have a lot of overlap with the Xbox and Xbox Direct 3D library, so you can get it to run pretty well. But we're trying to get a relatively, we're trying to make a PC port out of it that eventually evolves into a decomp. So like as we keep decompiling functions, eventually we'll be injecting the whole game and it'll be a decomp and we can start porting it to other things. But we're starting just with what we need to do to get it to run. So yeah, I'm looking at this, which is the part of the code that initializes renderware. My target is if we can get like, if we can replace all of the renderware stuff ideally, that would be pretty cool. We would probably have like the whole thing, if we could get the whole graphics code decoupled from the Xbox, that would be really cool. It's a pretty lofty goal though, I don't know, it'll take some time. What's Reburn 3? If you go back like a minute in the vlog, I explain it. But hey, welcome in. Reactor is more like a Wine Windows environment, is compatible and all, but expect any problems Wine does on Linux back on ReactOS. Yeah, and in ReactOS it's probably harsher, because at least on Wine, if Wine breaks, it's just Wine. But if it's on ReactOS, then if Wine breaks, that's the whole OS, you know? Or just decompile game code, then use new renderer? Yes? Replacing renderware sounds like a pain. Well, we're not necessarily replacing renderware, we're like swapping it out. We're swapping out the Xbox version of renderware with a Windows or with a PC compatible version of renderware. That's the idea. First time I played Burnout 3 because you mentioned it now is one of my favorite games. Hey, congratulations. I don't know if that was the right word. Hey, you're welcome? I think that's what I was looking for. Alright, anyway, so yeah, so if we can swap out stuff like this, like the open renderware function, with, you know, stuff that does this, I think we'll be pretty set to rewrite the entire game. Well, eventually, that is kind of the goal, that eventually it'll be rewritten, but like it'll happen very gradually. So rather than spend 2 years up front decompiling the whole game, what instead we're going to do is decompile, well, because it already runs, it doesn't run, it looks like this, so it doesn't run extremely well. I mean, it plays pretty well, but it doesn't look right. So we're just going to decompile bits and pieces until we get something that does work, and then we'll just keep decompiling it as it's playable, as people can already use it. We'll just keep decompiling bits of it until the whole thing is done, and then, then we can start porting it to other stuff. Just notice you're on VS Code. How are you liking it so far? It seems pretty good so far. I'm still getting used to like the keyboard shortcuts have moved around. It doesn't seem to take as long as it to load as it did in 2019, so that's a plus. Yeah, and it's got more like C++ suggestion stuff. So yeah, I mean, so far, experience seems pretty positive. What did you use before? I was a diehard Sublime. I am actually still a diehard Sublime user, but I'm trying to give VS Code another chance because back in 2019, I tried it and I thought it was just Sublime but loaded more slowly. So, but I'm trying to give it another shot. Why is every line an error? Because I don't actually have renderware here yet. I probably should add it, but yeah, I don't have renderware. I don't have any renderware includes yet. That's why. But I'm still working on just like massaging it to look right. Set video mode. Oh, that's interesting. You're gonna get an extension to replicate Sublime, many other editors shortcuts. Yeah, I mean, I've already changed some of them. I've already modified some of the VS Code shortcuts to fit what I use. So I'll probably just keep doing that for like anything that like I stumble into. I'll probably just keep doing that. This is interesting. It says AlpW engine set video mode sets the current video mode to the video mode with the specified index. The video mode can only be set after it's been opened. Okay, well, that's valid, but it's sending a -1, right? So why is it doing that? Is that valid? Can you do that? It doesn't say you can do that. Equal to the video mode's index. No, it doesn't say you can do that, so what gives? Set video mode. Unless that's not what it's doing. Like the pseudocode can occasionally be wrong. For instance, it gives this function a 1. That's not actually correct. The 1 gets moved into the register for completely unrelated reasons. This function does not take a parameter. So it could be wrong. Oh no, but look at this. Here's a little quirk of MIPS assembly. When you do a jump, it always executes the next instruction. That's why a lot of jumps are followed by a NOP, because if you didn't actually need it to do that, to do anything, then you want to put a NOP there. Otherwise, if you had both of these jumps back to back, I think it will fuck things up. I think it might end up just jumping straight to here. So, oh, hang on a sec. Got a knock at my door. Uh-oh. Be back in a sec. Yo, I didn't actually go. I just don't have a BRB screen anymore. Don't worry, I didn't get swatted. What happened was I've been trying to track down this package. You guys remember when I was looking at the 32X and we had everything was functional except I didn't have that cable? Well, I ordered a cable and the post office said, hey, it arrived, and this was like a week ago. It said, hey, it arrived in your mailbox, and I looked in the mailbox, and it was empty. So I've been trying to like chase this package down for the last week. I made a complaint, I made a report with the post office, and they looked into it, and apparently the usual like post office guy was off that day, so he doesn't know like what happened to it. He says that the other guy, he says he'll talk to the other guy, but the other guy probably won't know what happened because he probably won't remember, which is probably true. So probably what I have to do is just like either see if I can escalate it with the post office, or like talk to my building manager and see like if they have any information. But yeah. The post office guy stole my 32X cable. Damn it! Of course he did. Of course he's a 32X fan. Damn it. So yeah. I mean, most of the time, my guess is my actual unironic guess to what happened is at my building, my apartment building, all the mailboxes are kind of in a grid. Like they're all just. My thinking, my assumption is, my guess is that he delivered it to a mailbox. It just wasn't my mailbox. And then, you know, because I'm sure it's easy to confuse the numbers. I'm sure it happens that you like, you know, you read a number and then your head just, your brain's just like reads it as something else, right? But then, you know, that relies on one of my neighbors to be like, oh, this is supposed to go to this apartment. Well, I guess I'll go up there and deliver it. Which, you know, if they're a nice neighbor, they will. But a lot of people, I'm sure, won't. So yeah, it's that's my guess as to what happened. Of course, there's no way to prove it because I can't like check everyone else's mailbox. And of course now, apparently, I believe the regular guy. Who I just talked to did try to check everyone's mailbox, but like by now it's gone because it's been a week. So yeah. Check eBay for any new listings near your neighborhoods. But like, I genuinely, I feel like I don't actually think anyone would have stolen it. Like. Especially because it was allegedly delivered inside the mailbox. I feel like being stolen is actually the less likely thing to happen. I feel like most likely the mail guy just put it in the wrong one. And then whoever got it out was just like, oh, this isn't mine. And then either threw it out or just it's sitting in their apartment. They just haven't done anything with it. Yes, you can, and not legally, but you can. Well, I think the bigger problem would be, like, breaking into everyone's mailbox without, like... Then, do I then have to pay for everyone's mailbox to be repaired? Or, like, do I just have to try and not get caught? They might have security cameras in the mail area. I guess that's the point, is like, that's why he said... if they do have a camera, I actually don't know. I've never bothered to look if they've got a security camera in the mail section, in the mail room. But if they do, then yeah, I guess that would at least, we can compare with the time and be like, you know, was it delivered? Did the guy put it in the wrong one? So I guess my manager would have to help me there. Get lockpicks, watch a few episodes of Lockpicking Lawyer. I'll be Jill, the master of unlocking. Yeah. It's fine, because like, my assumption, even when I was filing this report, I was just like, I'm never going to see these. I feel like this is, it's just not going to happen. So I already bought another one. And it's only like $6 or so. So I'm not out like a bunch of money. It's just like, I just really want to play the 32X, you know? That's the most annoying part, is I just really wanted to play the 32X. Anyway. Matt actually considered. No, I don't. I wasn't actually considering. I was just like pondering. I was a thought experiment. Yeah. Put a friendly post-it note on the window / door of the mail room. Offer cookies for cable. My guess is they didn't even know what they got. Maybe they like people are not by and large very like courteous. I want to say, and that's not like a criticism. It's just like I feel like it's just kind of human nature. So by and large, I feel like someone might have opened it up. Someone might have not read the label and been like, "Oh, I received this package. Cool." And then they opened it up and it had these cables in it. They're like, "What the fuck are these? I didn't order these." So they just threw them out. You know, I could see it's not what you should do, but I can absolutely see people doing that, and so that's why I say like. Even when I was filing this report, I was like, I don't think I'm going to see these. Anyway, at least it wasn't your new ThinkPad. Yeah, no, that was fine. No, it hasn't been christened with Lego Island. It does have Linux on it now, though. I did indeed end up using Clonezilla because I just figured that would probably be the easiest thing to do. And it was pretty easy. I just used that to clone from my old laptop to the new laptop, and I was up and running. No problem, really. Really easy. Anyway, so back to this. Yeah, so I've been enjoying the ThinkPad life. Indeed, no more Wi-Fi and Bluetooth issues. That's been great. I do kind of miss the size of the Surface laptop, but I think I'll get used to that. The Surface laptop, I had a 15-inch 3x2 screen, and now I'm on a 14-inch 16x10 screen. So it's not quite as big of a screen, but that's okay. I don't really. It's not a deal breaker. Everything else I think is good. Everything else I like. The screen is. It would be nice to have a bigger screen, and I could have ordered one with a bigger screen if I wanted to spend a little bit more money. But other than that, I think it's all good, yeah. It's a T14 Gen 4, the most powerful pre-configured AMD model. Yeah. Should put Vista on it. Good idea. I should put Windows 98 on it. Oh, of course, that's what I should be doing. Did you guys notice that my viewership peaked when I was off stream talking to the guy at the door? Did everyone just tune in because they thought I was getting like swatted? I wish 3x2 was more common. Me too. I think it's getting more common. We're finally digging ourselves out of the 16x9 like fucking bullshit trend we were in throughout the 2010s. Yeah, but we're still not there yet. Assume the FBI came. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That was so funny. I should have milked it. I should have actually like stayed off stream longer and ran a few more ads. Just kidding. I want to see 4x3 get resurrected. That would be nice. I feel like 3x2 works pretty well for me in the sense that that feels like it's good enough. But honestly, maybe 4x3 would be even better. I haven't used a 4x3 laptop since like 2007, I think. The only usable aspect ratio. Maybe I should try a 4x3 laptop again and see if I prefer it to 3x2. I definitely feel like 3x2 is definitely better than 16x10. Yeah. 4x3 was easier to get the full picture in your peripheral vision. Yeah, maybe. That might be true. It's really hard to order even to like manufacture this stuff anymore, because like it's just expensive. If you're not, the reason why everyone was on 16x9 for so long is because companies or manufacturers realized that you could save a lot of money by sharing panels between TVs and computers. What a brilliant idea! It's just that It's just that 16:9 is good for watching movies, or like it's good for video. You could argue it's good for games, and that's about it. For productivity, it is way, way too short. Yeah. I just can't stand the ultra wide monitor trend. Yeah, a lot of gaming stuff is certainly like, just make it wider. But yeah. All right, so I was back trying to figure out, yeah, why. Still don't know what these are. RP Sky. My guess is it's probably something to do with the way that the sky is rendered. But, yeah. Another thing, is anyone in here a Ghidra expert and can tell me why I can't label this variable? Like, so this is a global variable, obviously, but it won't let me do it. It won't let me, like, name it anything. Does someone know how I can force it to allow me to set a name? Just make it wider. Now you have to turn your head 90 degrees to read an email. Yeah, my friend has a gaming monitor like that. You might need to set the type. I don't think that's the main issue though. No, I can't even set the type, apparently. Not an area with mapped memory. Yeah. How do I fix that? I just, like, all I want to do is name it for, like, documentation purposes. Not when an RP Sky calls, see what the game does. That could be interesting. Yeah, maybe in the future. I could ascertain that it's not in, like, mapped memory, but how do I, like... All I want to be able to do is name the variable. How do I do that? How do I make it do a thing where I can... How do I make it let me name it? Fake block of memory in the memory manager. Okay. How do I do that? Add. Alright. Well, ideally, I should... Don't add fake memory. It's not that. Well, alright. Now what then? Need to define the memory region. How do I do that? I've never had to do this before. Like, I've always just worked with safe Windows things. Let me send you a Discord DM. I have mine open. Alright. Once you go ultra wide, you can never go back, but I think people are thinking of wider ultra wide, not a standard ultra wide like I have. So one of them is ultra wide, and one of them is like hyper wide. I don't know. I've never felt like I wanted my monitor to be wider. More often I felt I wanted it to be taller because I wanted to fit more, either more code or video editing or photo editing. I feel like for any of that stuff, having vertical real estate is better than having more horizontal real estate. Let's get a horizontal and vertical monitor. No, I don't think that solves the problem. How do they come up with these resolutions? That's a good point. Like, why 1080 and why not just like 1000? You know what I mean? Alright. Surely the solution is a 1x1. I don't know about that. What up? Here we go, what's up? Can you edit the function? Well, this isn't a function, this is just a global variable. Function signature. Well, I guess I can, yeah, but... Oh yeah, you guys can hear it. Let me mute that. What about a Dell ultra sharp monitor and just rotating it vertically? By ultra sharp monitor, do you mean one of the newer 16:9 ones or one of the older 4:3 ones? Define it there. Are you sure? I'm fairly certain this is a global variable, not a function parameter. But I guess I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if we know what it is. They do make 16:10 monitors. I know, I'm aware of that. But they've kind of stopped making them, to be fair. Dell. If you go to I think Dell's last 16:10 monitor was the Dell U2415, which the 15 means 2015. I don't believe they make a. Or was it even? Was this even 16:10? Yeah, it was 1920 by 1200. I believe since then they've all been 16:9. And so if we go to yeah, here, screen resolutions, that's 16:9. That's oh, that's wider than 16:9. That's 2440 by fucking hex. That's 2.4. That's close to 21:9, I think. And then this is 16:9. This is 16:9. I don't believe they make any 16:10s anymore. They used to. U2415E. Well, that's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's just the same thing, isn't it? Oh, 2421. Ah, okay. Well, I don't know if they, Alright, well, I guess they do still make them. Oh, you can get it in, different ones. They just don't show up here for some reason. These are the only resolutions that show up. Still, I mean, yeah, I never said they didn't make 16:10 monitors. All I said was that they're really, really hard to find. And they got progressively harder to find in throughout the 2010s, and only now are we starting to crawl our way out of that. 16:10 is mostly back for laptops. I don't know about mostly. For higher end stuff, yeah, probably. For lower end stuff, I think it's still 16:9. But I guess that I guess 16:9 is high performance. Maybe I have to go all, right? That probably makes sense. Okay. There is literally one. There is one. It's the one that you pointed out. One 16:10 monitor. Everything else is... oh wait, this might be 16:10, I think. Oh. This doesn't look... this looks too wide. Huh? How is this... Wait. 3840 by 1600. That is... Oh no. No, I was getting confused. I got confused. I thought it was 2400. That's the 16:10. My bad. Okay, so no, it's literally one. There's one 16:10 monitor. So that's what I mean. It's it's just... It's not that you can't get them, they're just hard to get. But yeah, I like Dell monitors. I used to have all Dell monitors, actually. But I think I only changed because I wanted to try 170 Hz monitors, and Dell doesn't make as many of those. But Dell has a really great stand. It's the stand, you can just kind of do anything with it. Yeah, that's why I was getting confused. 2560 by 1600. Yeah, that's the 16:10 version of 2560 by 1440. Yeah, anyway. Right click on the variable and select edit data type. That is where it crashes. It's if I do anything. So if I go edit, if I go rename global Yeah, so it thinks it's a global as well. I'm fairly certain this is a global. So if I go rename global, it throws an error. If I go retype global, it throws another error. Yeah. Yeah. So, oops. Didn't want to do that. There are some weird aspect ratios now. Lol, there's some like 18:4, 1:1, and a bunch of others. Maybe now that like people kind of have to do anything to like try and stand out from the crowd, you know what I mean? No one likes glossy monitors. Glossy monitors look really nice. They're not very accurate if you work with like photography or video or anything like that. The only real issue I have with glossy screens is that when the screen goes black, I have to see my stupid reflection in it. Yeah. Yeah, and glare, of course. If you have Windows behind you, I'm not talking about Microsoft Windows. If you have a window, if you have light behind you, then it can make it harder to see. How is glossy less accurate? Color-wise, you may get in the same way that like some headphones are more accurate than others. Some are more representative of the sound, or some of them will color the sound in a way that like it might sound really good, but if you're an audio mixer, you're not really getting an accurate representation of what you're hearing. You're not hearing what necessarily what other people will be hearing, for instance. So that's why. It's just that it might be too exciting. It might make what you're editing look more exciting than it really is. The PA248QV was the last 16x10 I looked at. Interesting, yeah. Doesn't have the memory location mapped. Yeah, so shouldn't I go into window memory map where I was before? What's the current music? We're listening to the Test Drive Unlimited soundtrack. Because I figured that we should be playing some racing music. But the Burnout 3 soundtrack is all copyrighted songs, and the Burnout 2 soundtrack is all fairly generic, like stock music. It's like all butt rock. It's fine, but like I don't know if I want to listen to it all day. So we're listening to the Test Drive soundtrack, which is pretty good. Yeah. Oh, I remember you said it's really long though. Oh, you're asking about the song specifically. It's track. It doesn't have a name. It's track 33 apparently. This is the chunks according to where the executable stores things at runtime. But like, if this is a global variable, is that not where the executable will be storing it at runtime? Like, isn't that the problem, that the memory is not mapped? Isn't that the issue, literally the issue, that like it doesn't know what to do because the memory isn't mapped? Because this variable is an unmapped memory? If you really want racing music, you should put on the Rock and Roll Racing soundtrack. I don't know what that is. Try mapping it. I guess I also don't know like what this is supposed to be, because this is giving me like a relative address. The issue is that GP is an unknown value. So how do I fix that? Yeah, like, all I want to do, literally all I want to do is just name this variable. Does anyone know how I can name this, how I can be allowed to name this variable? You could hypothetically make a block of memory that's out the normal range and tell it to assume the value of GP as, say, 9. Screw up some future analysis when you identify the true value of GP, though. Okay, hang on. Because, like, I've seen a lot of these. This is not the only one. Like, hang on. Yeah, there's a lot of these everywhere, and I feel like they're just global. They're just global variables. They're just like static versions of these. Like, this is probably the this pointer for this, right? Or processor type. It's the PS2. It's the R5900. It's the emotion engine. GP is just a pointer to some frequently used block of memory or some global object. Yeah, I kind of figured that it's just a global pointer, but I want to be able to like I said, I just want to be able to name it something. It's a shared object. No, it's all in the executable. Oh, it's a MIPS trick for speed. Oh, okay. So that's what that is. I didn't even know that. GP is just a pointer to some frequently used block of memory, some global. So is there no way we can really know what this is without like... Oh, we're on the Xbox version again. How are you running that game? This game? We're running the Xbox version actually. It's a PS2 plugin. This is already a PS2 plugin because Ghidra doesn't actually support the Emotion Engine at all. So you need a plugin to get it to load a PS2 game at all. So yeah, maybe the plugin didn't like identify it properly. I don't know. How are you running this game? I mean, technically, yeah, that's the one I'm using. Emotion Engine Reloaded. I literally compiled that earlier in the stream. It's right here. Yeah. So like, fix references to global variables with the MIPS off. Well, to be fair, maybe I should reanalyze, because to be fair, when I first started this project, I was using the original, the unreloaded Emotion Engine. So yeah, maybe I need to reanalyze. Yeah, maybe I need to rerun this specifically. See if that does anything. Eventually you might work it out by realizing that you've got some data shadowing some other area, and at that point you can update your guess for GP and delete the fake block, but then you lose everything in the fake block. Gotcha. Well, let's see if the plugin does anything. Every now and then you should analyze, because Ghidra will take in whatever you've told it in your RE work, and it usually realizes a few functions. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. Well, let's see if this does anything. Meanwhile, see if there's anything else going on here. Yeah, so I was still a little confused by this, which if this is correct, it's giving this a -1, which doesn't make much sense, because it's supposed to give it an index. A cheat engine equivalent to MIPS would be epic here. Technically, if we wanted to, we could use PCSX2's debugger. I've used that before to like fuck with memory. But like, that's not necessarily, I don't know if that necessarily helps here. It's more just, like I said, I just wanted to be able to name these variables. Yeah, we probably will use some PS2 debugger stuff later on just to see what's going on. We can even cheat engine the emulator. I guess that's true, yeah. But yeah, right now it's not necessary because I'm just trying to figure out some simple things. Why does one simple thing feel like it's gonna rabbit hole hard? Well, it always does, doesn't it? We've got like a lot of the code here, like, oh, let's see if see what this does to verify that this is correct. Oh, really? RW frame, set static plugins size. Yeah, well, yeah. Interesting. So we know this is the real name of the function because it was from the linker map. But yeah. What's this? What's this game using multi-theft auto? Huh. As network play functionality in which functionality is not originally found. Interesting. And somehow they're using this function. Oh, they have to use like some assembly hack. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, it's in San Andreas as well. Is it only in the PS2 version of renderware? RW frame. Set static plugin size. It is! It's in the PS2 version. Huh. RW frame set static plugin size tells renderware graphics how much memory is statically allocated for plugins. This must happen after the engine has been initialized but before the engine is opened. Okay. But like it doesn't exist in the Windows version apparently. It's only in the PS2 version. Unless this is an older version? What version is this? 3.7. No, it's a newer version, if anything. The PS2 doc I'm looking at is 3.5. This is 3.7. So either the function was removed at some point, or it only exists in the PS2 version. Imagine using a PS2 dev kit for this stuff. Oh, I don't think we'll be imagining. I think we may have to pull out some stuff like that at some point. Winter is something else this year, getting sick like it's my last day on Earth. Oof. That sucks. I haven't gotten sick in a long time. Not like properly sick. I got COVID last year. I got coved. But I think that's the last time I've been like properly sick and not just like, you know, sometimes you have a day where you're just like, oh, I'm not feeling good today. But like, I don't think I've gotten properly sick since then. 24-hour stream. No, I'll probably only be on for about another hour or so because I've got to go get some groceries. I should go to the gym. Unfortunately. Gym? Cringe. How's this going? Oh wow, it really did. That's nice of it. Cool. Well, thanks for the help. It really did. It does appear to have fixed up these global variables. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, so get start address. Apparently this is the Sky Text Cache start address. That's all we know about it, and we just know that because that's what it says, you know? Cool, that's nice. I'm glad I can name these now. You want to get properly sick a lot, get the just starter kit. Yeah, you right. Yeah, that's a rough one. Strange. Okay. Can I name this? No, not this. So only some of the global variables haven't apparently. But that's okay. If like some of them is better than none of them. You can book my booster shot. Keep getting. I probably should too. I don't know. I don't remember when the last time I got one was. I probably need to get my like annual flu shot and whatnot. Yo, Beefy DJ, thanks for the 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Full send. Yo, 5 gift. Hang on, how many is that now? Total of 15. Holy shit. Hell yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. 11 including mine. Yeah, true. True. Hell yeah. Oh god. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying this PS. Actually, it's not just PS2. It's Burnout espionage action. How loud that would be if someone does a 10 or 20 gift sub bomb. I think that did happen during the Shrekathon, and it gets pretty loud, yeah. But it can be fun, you know. As long as I'm not playing a horror game, it's probably all right. If I'm playing a horror game, I feel like it would be a legitimate jump scare though. Okay, so yeah, so I don't know what this. Oh, I do know what it is. It's literally in the name. It's CV3 Graphics Manager Base. Yo, based. Ugh, Jesus. Okay, so what I can ascertain from this so far is we set a bunch of variables. The Xbox version sets a bunch of variables here. Width, height, and then I think the third one is bit depth, but we'll see. Graphics man. Yeah, bit depth. So what I'm kind of doing, to be honest, is I'm kind of decompiling the Xbox version using the PS2 version as a reference, because the PS2 version is better documented and doesn't use as many painful optimizations. But the Xbox version allows us to run the game right on PC. So yeah, so I have to just kind of make the most of both versions and try to do the best job I can, basically. How times have changed. Yep. Whoa, HD. And keep in mind, by HDTV, we're talking 480p, not 720, not 1080. We're talking progressive scan 480. Yeah, so that's that. Yeah, this is the code that checks like what, whether to run in 480p, whether to run in 60 hertz or 50 hertz, and so that's why I feel like this stuff is probably like really good to override with our own stuff. Yeah, that's a call to the Xbox kernel. I know that. Which is why I'm trying to replace it so that we don't have any calls to the Xbox kernel. That way, that way we can. That's kind of my current plan, is to try and decouple Burnout from the Xbox stuff as much as possible, and that's why we're trying to trying to decompile this function specifically. Interesting. For Xbox Edition, you can use that function to force 720p mode True HD. Interesting. Could I actually like fuck up this function and like try to get it to run 720 on hardware? I wonder what would happen. I feel like it would probably crash, because my guess is there's a lot of hard-coded 480 in here. But how interesting would it be to try and force these values to, like, you know, instead of 640, force it to 720? That would be so interesting. Is there a what command? There is a what command, but it's old, so it's not accurate. I guess I'll update it. But the problem is, every time I edit the what command, it's like it becomes false in like an hour or two. So I don't tend to do it. There we go. Now there's a what command. I don't know if it'll really explain any more than watching, but yeah. All it does is check the output from kernel for detected display. You can knock most of that in static set to 720p mode, and as long as the console has HD supported cable. The issue would be if the game supports high texture assets. Is that true? I thought that I thought that the way that the Xbox worked was it would. So the Xbox has 480p, 720p, and 1080i. And you can turn those on or off in the dashboard, and then but it doesn't actually change anything. It's just kind of flags that the game can choose to use if it wants to. That was my understanding. So this game will still run in 480p even if you have 720 enabled, unless I'm just misunderstanding. Anyway, this is where things become really ass, because trying to figure out why, so we have a LTCG'd version of the Direct3D 8 device, and then we get Field 298. So, actually we get Field 298 plus 4, so it's probably actually Field 1,000 something. This is a Mozart song apparently. That's okay, let's just restart the playlist. So we're trying to figure out what the hell... This doesn't do anything. It says if 0, then set it to 0. It's literally pointless. Literally does nothing. That's right, they're flags based on cable detection. For example, a game can try pushing for it, but if the console disables those options because no cable or user interface, then it defaults to 480p max and NTSC 480i and PAL. But it still relies on the game to support those, right? So if you have even if you have component cables and you have 720p enabled, the game will still run in 480p because it doesn't support 720, right? It was some Mozart song that I suppose is part of the Test Drive Unlimited soundtrack. I'm not aware of that. The game can force 480p max. I thought it was the other way around, that the game opts into 720. It doesn't opt out of 720. Because not even the dashboard runs in 720. The official Xbox dashboard still runs in 480. Anyway, trying to see if this does literally anything at all. It's enforced 480. I feel like we're not understanding each other, but that's okay because I don't think it's super important. I'm gonna guess this 32 is bit depth because it's 32. But I don't know, because there's 16 here as well. I don't know what the 16 could be something else. And these are more ints that gets it to 640 and 480. I don't know what those do yet. What does this do? Ugh, I remember this. Just a bunch of OR flags. This is some more Xbox stuff. This is the problem I ran into, months ago when I started looking at this stuff, is the fucking Xbox LTCG code is so annoying to even look at. At least with the PS2 version, especially because I have the linker map function names, you can frequently get an idea of what it's actually trying to do. Here, I have no idea. What could this possibly be? Well, I guess if I looked at it hard enough, I would know. But still, if I had the PS2, if we could work with the linker map or the symbols or whatever, if it had any hint here at all, so this happened somewhere between RW Engine init and register plugins. So I guess palm it off to ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT might be able to figure out that one function with all the XORs. Could it be this? Perhaps? Could it be attached plugin? It's somewhere between init and open. Open here is all the way down here, so all of this stuff, basically all of this, is presumably these two functions but inlined, I think. It's not perfect assembly, but should be able to extract some context from a messy function. Yeah. Here's an idea. So, engine init. In theory, oh, is it this? Oh, I think it's this. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I love how, even though this is x86 and this is MIPS, like, the pseudocode still manages to look pretty much... I mean, I know I shouldn't be surprised, but it still manages to look pretty much the same. The only difference is that rather than having this it in the if statement, they flipped it to a not and return 0, and they put this stuff after the if statement. So, okay. So I know what I'm looking at now. Wonderful. This is why we cross-reference with the PS2 version. That's what it is. Oops. Okay, so... So essentially the conclusion I've come to is that we do call this function, even though I couldn't find it in the Windows version. Maybe they did remove it from later versions of... What's it? From later versions of renderware. Like, so renderware 3.7 does not have this function. We already searched for it. But if we open up the PS2 doc, I guess I'll bring that over real quick. Maybe I should just bring this whole folder over. Yeah, I should probably set something up with that. Hang on, give me one sec. Yeah. Oh, that's... Oh, right. Okay. And then I'll set this to... Yeah, I think this will work. Alright. Sorry about that. I think that's correct. Oh, actually... Huh. Yeah, no. Give me 1 second, I need to try something. I want to see if I can mount... What? Oh. There we go. Okay, sorry about this. Just trying to get easier access to my burnout files. Oh, weird. Huh. All right, well, whatever. I'll do it later. Sorry, I don't want to bore people for too long. Okay, so let's look at the PS2 docs real quick. Yeah, so this is yeah. All right, so now we can compare. On the right is 3.7, and this is for Windows, and on the left is 3.5. This is for PS2. It appears, more or less confirmed, that we're using this function, which does not appear to exist in the Windows version, but does appear to exist in the PS2 version. And I'm not sure if that's just because it's Windows or if it's because it's newer. Oh, you can only see my face, I forgot. So yeah, on the right you can see this function doesn't seem to exist at all in the documentation, but on the left it does. And I'm not sure if that's because it's, well, I guess, well, yeah, I'm not sure if this is because it's the Windows API. Maybe it doesn't exist on Windows, or maybe they just removed it in 3.7. This one is 3.5. Problem is, renderware, I have to be honest, this stuff leaked. It's not publicly available, so it's hard to, you can't really pick and choose which versions you want to use. Yeah. Still doing Burnout work? Yes. Basically, I mean, it's not really super important, but basically I determined that a function is being used that I don't seem to have access to in my copy of renderware for Windows, but I mean, whatever, I guess we'll focus on that later. Okay, so essentially, register plugins. Is that probably this CGT attach plugins, but we attach way less plugins here, unless, yeah, okay. Engine register plugin, unless we've got more in here? Depends how deeply inlined this stuff got, but it doesn't look like it. Maybe there may in fact be more plugins on the Xbox version than the PS2 version. Add plugin. Okay, so this is roughly equivalent. Yeah. So what I want to, well, so my best guess is, yeah, we have only one plugin here, but we have shitloads here for whatever reason. Someone has suggested try and use the Burnout 2... Hang on, I can't read the rest of that. Burnout 2 code to maybe help with decompile. Could it work? Is Burnout 2 code out there? I haven't heard of that. If Burnout 2 uses the same engine and has a better decomp, you could try byte searching some functions and seeing if they exist back in Burnout 2. That strategy... Hang on. I'm not aware of Burnout 2 having a decomp or a leaked source code or anything. It might not. Yeah, as far as I know, Burnout 2 is in no better position than Burnout 3. It's just a suggestion if there is one. No, I don't believe so, unfortunately. I think there might have been... well, because I have a linker map for the PS2 version of Burnout 3. I think there might have been symbols for Burnout Revenge, but I don't know if they were... Should actually double check that. Yeah. Even if it's a partial decomp by random people. Is there a decomp at all? I'm not aware of any Burnout 2 decomp. Yeah, as far as I know, there is no Burnout 2 decomp. There's a Midnight Club 2 decomp, but I've never seen anyone attempt to decomp any Burnout game. And I already have all the names for Burnout. It's a better game. Burnout 2. I mean, I like things about Burnout 2, but I don't think it's better than Burnout 3. Ideally, I'd assume it's the other way around, that we could use this stuff to do Burnout 2 later on. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that. But okay, what's this? Okay, this is some more Xbox stuff. I wish I knew what... Okay, it returns a bunch of numbers, but I wish I knew... So this is clearly going to be something that doesn't exist in the PS2 version, because this is all Xbox stuff. It's like 100% Xbox stuff. Are there any other decomps that use renderware functions? Yeah, I mean there's the GTA decomp, but like the GTA decomp won't necessarily use the same plugins that Burnout does. And we already have, like I said, I already have a fully labeled Burnout 3. I have a fully labeled version of the Burnout 3 prototype. It's just the real problem is that the Xbox version uses severe LTCG, which means it's really hard to like. So I'm cross-referencing the one with all the labels in it with the one that doesn't. But the problem is that it'll do things really differently in the Xbox version, frequently just from LTCG, and I won't know. It'll be harder to identify what's happening. So, and this is also interesting. It does 2 clears and 2 swaps. My guess is clearing the back buffer and the... Do you call it a front buffer? What's the opposite of a back buffer? This is all in open renderware. Front buffer sounds weird. It sounds like when people say front butt instead of saying like genitals. But you know, maybe I just haven't heard of it enough. Maybe we're just always talking about the back buffers. You know, I was just blasting that back buffer. Oh, look at this. Wait, I think this is the DirectX function because this is a DirectX error code. So. Yeah, hang on. Forward buffer? I don't know, I haven't heard... I mean, that sounds better than front buffer, but I haven't heard about it before. What error is this? Okay, this is D3D invalid call, I think. Let's just double check that with Wine real quick. I love open source Windows. My account has been flagged. The hell does that mean? It's because I'm using a burner account on here. Whatever. Obviously... Shit. Obviously, okay. I really wish I could have gotten this stuff working earlier. Hang on, I might try it again. Alright, I'm gonna be cam only again for a second. Because I have so many Burnout files that I don't have access to right now. I'm trying to get my NFS to mount, but it doesn't. It's saying it doesn't want to. Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, I can see. I think I see why. Yeah, hang on, give me 1 sec. Cannot search code. What kind of pointless limitation is that? My guess is they feel searching uses a lot of their bandwidth, so they only want to they want to limit it from people that they don't want using it, I suppose. Huh? Really? Could have sworn that would have worked. Alright, I have to check a log real quick. Jesus. I hate having to do this stuff on stream where I can't actually show it. Why? I fixed what I thought was the only thing that was the problem. Alright. Alright, we're gonna try this instead. Why? I'm so... Oh. Really? Yeah? You look and sound just like me trying to code anything at all. Well, sometimes, you know, it just... Oh, this stuff probably doesn't help, yeah. Well, that helps a little bit. Still not what I wanted, though. I don't know why that's not working. God, do I really have to do like some shit like this? Someone's got some dogs. Let's try that real quick. No? Okay, well. for reasons I have no idea why. Why isn't this working now? What? Oh, right, okay. Alright, it'll do. Okay, fine. We're alright. We're okay. How's everyone doing out there? Okay. knowing that, all right. Well, we've got some access. It's better than nothing. Not what I wanted, but here we go. Clearly, what I'm gonna need to do is search the extraordinarily legal Xbox development kit. Close all that. Might even be able to search for the actual hex value. Yeah, invalid call. I think. Oh, well, this isn't really helpful either. What does this even mean? 2156. Is that in hex? 86C. Oh, okay. So it is 86C. So maybe that's just all it is, yeah. Alright, well, I think we can... I'm gonna go ahead and label that then. 3D invalid call. Get out of here. Okay. That totally legal Xbox dev kit Bill Gates gifted you. Yeah, he really liked it. It's his trademark attorneys, his reputation management firm really liked Bill Gates.sec so much. Yeah, they were like, hey, we know you want to fix Burnout, and we know that EA won't do it, but we're gonna help you out. That's how it went down. All right. So this is interesting. I wonder if I can find this code in the Xbox. So here's a fun fact. The Xbox code, a lot of it got leaked. And what that means is... Oh yeah, I want to go into private. Ooh, we're getting dirty here. That means I can grep for things in the code, and hopefully, ideally, maybe I can locate where this is. What a nice guy. It's 5:40 a.m. I haven't slept. I have class at 8. My God. I'm sorry. I feel for you. Very legal, very ethical. Actually, I'd argue, you could probably argue it is quite ethical. It's, you know, it's software preservation. I don't see anything wrong with that. This would probably be faster if I could get the other shit going. Oh, here we go. Alright. Well, yeah, let's start examining, shall we? E3D8, SE, enum. Oh no, don't open with fucking Qt Creator. What the hell is wrong with you? Open with Sublime. C Miniport. Nope, I don't think it's this. Yeah, so I'm operating currently on a hunch that this is actually an Xbox function. I feel pretty good about that idea. Look, we even have these, we have a switch statement. This looks close, but I don't exactly know if it's right. What's throwing me off is, oh, there's an invalid call. So, was there an invalid call here as well? No, there wasn't. Okay, I feel pretty good. This is this function, Direct3D enum adapter modes, which would make a lot of sense. That is what it would be doing at this point in time. Yeah. Good old Billy Gates. He even said he'd help with making Eternal Blue work on the 360. True. What a good friend of the stream, William H. Gates the third. I think he is the third, actually. Am I right? Hang on. He is William Henry Gates III. Good friend of mine. I should have known that, considering we're such good friends. Okay, cool. So, Ah, this is so helpful, actually. Okay, I feel pretty... I'm like 99% sure this is it. So we can actually fill this all out. And, I mean, we don't actually have to make it to fill the whole thing out, but... yeah, but we should be able to figure out, like... but the more info we have here, the better. Oh, I can label this as well. Right? Oh, it's not called here, but I'm gonna guess this is correct. Just in case that might come in handy later on. Yeah. It's not equal. Yeah, you can actually see the code as it was compiled from the source. Man, I love code leaks. What's the problem I'm facing right now? It's not really a problem. It's really just figuring things out, like just learning more about the code as I go. It's kind of more, it's more like research, where I'm like, okay, so I'm here, and I'm like, okay, well, what's this function do? And then you kind of go into a bit of a deep dive with it, and then you're like, okay, well, now I know what this is. Yeah. So essentially, so I don't know if I necessarily say it's a... Wait. Oh, no wonder it was so slow. My bad. Should be in here. I should be on the mount, not going through KIO, whatever the fuck. Yeah, so, okay, cool, good to know. And then while I'm here, I figure I may as well go through as much, I may as well document as much as possible, because the more I document now, it may help identifying stuff later on. The more I know now, the more I can fill stuff in, and that will help later on. Stop trying to open stuff with Qt Creator. I don't need a whole ass IDE just to look at one text file. Anyway, adapter modes. Okay, so yeah, it's literally, yeah, it all matches up pretty much. Oh, that's interesting. Programmer people, check this out. Look, you guys might know this. You guys might already be familiar with this, but I'd never thought about this before. So, it does a modulo here, %4, modulo over 4, but the way it compiles is it just does an AND3, which I guess would be faster. Yeah, it must be faster, because modulo would probably involve division, technically. So, and it can do that because it's a 4, because it's a multiple of like, it's a multiple of 2, it's a exponent of 2, I suppose. Probably. That's cool. I like that. And then again here, instead of... I already knew this one though. It can divide by power of 2, that's what I meant. I already knew this, that like if you divide by 4, it's the equivalent to just shifting it right by 2. That's uninteresting. I already knew that, but I didn't know about the modulo strategy before. Yeah. Do you consider you as a developer, a co-developer, a programmer, or a coder? I probably consider myself a tinkerer more than anything. Yeah, the modulo thing is interesting. Like, I knew about this one, but I didn't know about this one. Anyway, okay. Is there anything else? Basically, the thing I'd want to point out most is functions, but I think I've gotten those already. Can we get, maybe I can find, I don't know if this will be helpful at all. Functions and global variables, I feel like is what I want to, it's not defined, no, those are the definitions. And that stuff will hopefully, ideally help later on. Oh, this might be in, this might be a public API, in which case they put it all the way over here. Nope, it's not anywhere. Huh, where is this? Might have to grep the whole thing. In all seriousness, I've been struggling with keeping up motivation in my studies in IT, but watching you do this is really inspiring me to start doing more stuff again. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Thing is, I never went to school. If I did go, I never went to college. If I did go to college, I feel like I would probably suffer motivation issues as well. The reason I can like do stuff like this is because I'm always, the benefit of being a content creator or being a YouTuber is that you're allowed to kind of do whatever you want to an extent. So I always, whenever I do stuff, I'm always following stuff that I'm pretty passionate about. I was scrapping public, that's no good. So I feel like that's how I get most of my motivation, is because it doesn't happen in that I need to do something and then I need to get motivation for it. It's more that the motivation kind of fuels everything else. But that's just me, I know. Like, that's a fortunate position that I'm in. How to not get bored as a dev. Do a funny project in between the boring stuff. More or less, except I don't even really do boring stuff because I don't do programming as a job. The boring stuff is the content creator stuff. And this is the fun project between the content creator stuff. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, anyway, I don't... this is interesting, though. So we know it calls enum adapter modes, we're pretty sure. I'll have to do this as a job. Yeah, it's always complicated for me, because technically it can be really it can be kind of confusing at times, because like this is kind of my job, but it isn't really, in the sense that I don't technically get paid to reverse engineer stuff. I get paid to make a video. Now, the video, you know, the more interesting the video is, the better it tends to turn out. So the more interesting the project is, the more I tend, in a kind of very indirect way, the more I get, I'll get paid for it. But like, it's so indirect that it can be really hard to. So like, I've kind of, I feel like I've said this before. I'm not even really sure what my job is. Like, is it doing tech projects or is it making videos? Well, it's kind of both, and it's kind of neither. And it's hard to strike a balance of like, well, how much time is enough time to like do a project that's interesting, and how much time is enough time to make the video, you know, and how do I balance that with how long I think a project is gonna take? So if I think a project is gonna take like a month, but what if it takes 3 months and then I'm out of it, I don't have a video for 3 months? Well, I don't really get paid for those 3 months. I mean, I'm building up the Patreon so that I do, but it can be very unpredictable, essentially. Probably could, but getting to the point where you can make a living off it to give up your day job is tough. Yeah, arguably, I should have a day job. With like the amount I get, the amount of money I actually make, I probably should be supplementing it with a day job. But I get by. That's why I just keep watching videos and streams like yours. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Diversifying incomes is critical in your line of work, it's rough. Yeah, I get that. Get a job, you lazy bum. Like, unironically, I would be a lot more financially stable if I had a day job. That's why I say it could be really unpredictable. Because you want to make a good video. And that often means making an interesting project. And yo, thanks for the thanks for the 200 bits. Oh, you didn't have to do that.
Cheer 100, cheer 100. Hopefully this will make it a little easier to get by.
Oh, I appreciate that. No, you don't have to to cheer me bits, but I do. But thank you so much. It's really nice. I'm just talking about random stuff at this point. I'm just shooting the shit. But yeah, it just can be a difficult balance to strike. You want to make a good video, you want to make it interesting, you want to make something that, you know, is worthwhile of your audience's attention, but then, but you also can't be like, can't disappear for like 6 months at a time, you know? You can't, you have to be getting stuff out, so it can be a really tough balance to strike. Could get something part-time to supplement the channel income. I've thought about it before. I think I've always found that, like, oh, this is interesting. It's getting the refresh rate here. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but 60 or 50. Can't wait to get this game running at 170 hertz. Yo, you don't have to cheer me bits.
Cheer 100, cheer 1, cheer
Thank you so
1.
much, Fedamite, and yeah, thanks so much for the 102 bits. I appreciate that. I wish my job would let me disappear for 6 months. Well, the thing is, disappear. Like when I say disappear for 6 months, I mean like I'm working for the whole 6 months, but because no one can see it, because I don't put the video out, then you know I'm working, but I don't get paid for the 6 months, you know what I mean? Except for Patreon. Patreon, like, I feel like is probably the solution. It'll just take more time to, like, build it up. 170 hertz unless rendering is tied to the game update speed. I know, but, like, the goal is, if it is, not do that. Like, tear them apart. Make it, redo all the physics if I fucking have to, you know? I think... yeah, no, actually, I already know the status of this game. This game has something called, I think it's called the frame rate manager. I think so. And so I've already determined, I've tested this on hardware actually, that if you, yeah, I actually already know that the physics should be uncoupled from the frame rate, because I've fucked around with this class before and found that I can speed up and slow down the physics based on like values that I give this class. So in theory, and that in theory shouldn't be like messing around. I believe it does that without, unlike what the name says, I believe that does it without changing the frame rate. I believe you can get it like half speed physics but still at 60 FPS, I think. From memory. So I think we shouldn't have an issue. Scrum? I actually do not know what Scrum is. Slow motion thing must be. I think that's true. I think that's actually what I found was that when you go into slow-mo, it actually just changes the speed in the frame rate manager, even though like I think I'll be honest, this was a while ago and I didn't look super deeply into it, but I'm fairly certain this, like, the point of the frame rate manager is to decouple the physics from the frame rate. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
Cheer 100, I really appreciate that you're doing all of this out of the passion for it, and that's why I want to be a subscriber and a patron
Hey,
at the
thanks.
same time. Love to see people doing what they like.
Man, I appreciate that. I really do. Thanks for the 100 bits, and thanks for the kind words. It's really nice. Switch to Scrum. Yeah, I haven't, because I've never actually, ironically, because I've never actually worked in IT, I don't know any of the, like, IT terms. I don't know what, like, I remember my friends, I was having a dinner with some friends, and they were talking about, like, they got a new job, and like, oh, I'm in the onboarding phase, and I was just like, what does onboarding mean? I didn't want to say it, because I know I would sound like the biggest dumbass, but yeah. Yo, thanks for the 110 bits, and thanks for the primes. Why are all these
Cheer
coming in now?
110 Kermit, here's to you, Matt, sir.
Oh, sorry, it doesn't go through, hang on, I'll get that for you. At some point I need to hook these up better. Hey,
Here's to
thanks,
you, Matt, sir.
thanks for the 110 bits, that Colin guy. Thanks for the
Cheer
sub,
1000 lover
SUTM.
content, been watching since like 2019. Keep up the good
Yo,
work.
oh, an old fan. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. That's cool. That's a lot of bits. Onboarding means the stupid PowerPoints and trainings they make you go through. I looked it up after. I had to Google what onboarding meant after because I didn't want to embarrass myself by being like, "What's onboarding?" I was just like, "Oh, I know that feel. Yeah, me too." You know, but yeah, But no, thanks for the 1,000 bits, Christian 420. I really appreciate that. I know what agile means. I know that agile is like, you know, it's like a development. What's the word for it? Like a style of management, right? But yeah, project management framework, right? Yeah. Way to do work. Yeah, and I used to think like, oh well, agile is kind of like the way that I work. It's like, you know, you just kind of get the stuff done. But like, I don't think it really counts when it's just one guy, you know? The word you're looking for is garbage. Oh, okay, I getcha. Damn, everyone, yeah, feel free to express your software development, software engineer grievances. I may not relate, apart from the process of writing code, but I do sympathize. I understand somewhat, sort of. Well, maybe I don't understand, but I do sympathize. That conversation, yeah, pretty much. That really sums it up. Yeah. 4chan attacks agile, the only thing I know. I didn't even know that. I feel like I haven't heard anything about 4chan since 2011. Okay. Anyway, I'm so glad. I'm actually really happy that we named this function. So how does enum adapter modes work? Let's get some more documentation up. Another great thing about the XDK. We got some documentation here. It's all in chum files. They're all chum viewers, the renderware and the Xbox stuff. All right, so how would we theoretically call this? Right, so adapter 0 ignored on the Xbox, but I assume it's not ignored on Windows. I assume that's not ignored. I also have the DirectX 8 for Windows documentation here. Wow, you can do it from Visual Basic? They have a VB docs in here? They have a VB long neck in here? Interesting. Okay, yeah, because obviously on the Xbox you only have one GPU. You're never going to have a second GPU unless you fucked up in some way. D3D adapter default. Okay, so I can do that. Let's do that. So yeah, we're actually porting the game to Windows. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Okay. And it does this between, shit, where did it do this? Default, it was, between, it was after attaching the plugins. Yeah, okay, so, yeah. Enum adapter modes. I know this is completely incorrect right now, but I'm just trying to get the stuff in so I don't forget. Okay. Denotes the mode to enumerate. There's a special value denoting the current desktop display mode on this. Okay, this is Windows. What does Xbox say? Second Xbox GPU mod. You know, that would be kind of fun, honestly. I'm not gonna say it wouldn't be fun. Cannot be specified for this method. Oh, okay. Right. So that's interesting. It mentions a constant specifically that we cannot use here. Remarks. Some display drivers include refresh rate information that will greatly increase the number of modes. Direct3D attempts to limit display modes and refresh rates based on the TV capabilities. Okay, fair enough. Some display drivers include refresh rate information that will greatly increase the number of modes. On older drivers, refresh rates of D3D adapter default are the only ones enumerated. Direct3D attempts to limit display modes and refresh rates based on the monitor capabilities. However, there is still some risk that an enumerated mode will not be supported by the system's monitor. You may want to implement a display mode testing facility similar to that used by the Microsoft Windows R display control panel utility. Yeah, I'm good, bro, but get adapter mode count to determine the total number of modes supported by the system. Valid values for the mode parameter range from 0 to the total number of modes minus 1. So do I want to give it 0? Some of the files on Halo 3 I think were ass files and they had a tool with an employee mooning you if it errored out. Really? That is some cheeky frat bro atmosphere software dev shit. I can believe it. So what does the Xbox actually do? It's 0, 0. Alright, well for now I'm just gonna say 0, honestly. Yeah. Range from 0 to the total number of modes minus 1. So, get adapter mode count. Okay, yeah. Gosh. Damn it. Because I'm gonna actually have to like... I feel slightly confused, but I feel like I shouldn't be. I feel like I should know exactly what's happening, but I don't. Yeah, okay, so we get the modes. Yeah, so... enum adapter display modes. To be filled with, okay. So it returns a display mode, I know that much, but... what I'm confused about is why. So when it says enum adapter modes, what it really means is it just gets the current one, or does it get all of them? Oh, I guess if you gave it 0, does it just return like an array? Does it return all of them? The mode to enumerate. Are there any FPS games you enjoy? I did like Call of Duty back in the day. As always, I feel like probably the best solution with Microsoft documentation is to ignore it and to instead look at some examples. Let's see. Example. Isn't that the display index for the current adapter? No, because that's the... I don't think so. Because there's a value for adapter, and then mode, it says anywhere from 0 to the total number of modes minus 1. So that makes me think that it's getting one mode, that it's getting, you know, it's an indexed, like you get one mode, but then it's called enum. So you're getting all of them from there onwards. Like if you say 0, do you get all of them from 0 up, or do you just get did you just get 0? It's not really clear, I don't feel like. J. Huh. Mode J. What? Get adapter mode count. Okay, so that's like... yeah, that's valid. That's what it says to do. Then... and then we give it J, so we give it the index of the for loop, and then why do we do this? Oh! Oh, that's the output. So, what I'm kind of determining is, I think, for dual screen, maybe. I mean, it could be. It doesn't say anything about screen, right? Like, how do you know? Is that a guess? Because this is like, get adapter mode count. Or does adapter mode count, does that actually return monitors? Display modes on this adapter or 0 if adapter is greater than or equal to the number of adapters on the system. Tell you what, for now, it doesn't matter. I'll just give it a 0 because who cares? We don't have to. It doesn't have to be perfect. A perfect D3D8 implementation today. Well, it just has to be like, just have to make some progress, right? I'm incapable of helping, and I do not apologize. Yeah. Adapter is something like DGPU. Yeah, adapter is definitely like if you have multiple GPUs. I just don't know what mode refers to. Queries the device to determine whether the specified adapter supports the requested format and display mode. Oh, this method could be used in a loop to enumerate all of the available adapter modes. Oh, okay. So it doesn't. It actually is like, it doesn't enumerate anything. It can be used to enumerate things, but only if you put it into a loop. All right. Well, good to know. Again, I think I'm gonna completely ignore that and just yeah. And just say, well, because on the Xbox, it only has to do this. Oh, I guess on the Xbox it would return like 480p, 720p, 1080i, and stuff like that. What does it return? Oh, interesting. It's got, so yeah, width, height, refresh rate, format, and then flags is an Xbox extension. That's for if it's interlaced or if it's widescreen. That's interesting. So we don't need to worry about any of that shit, basically. And then, when we go back to the Xbox version, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna declare this struct, the one we got from the Xbox here. So it's called D3D display mode. Hasn't been declared yet. We'll declare it. New struct. Okay. D3D display mode. I know that there's probably quicker ways of doing this, but whatever. Data type uint. No uint. Okay. Width. Damn it. Yeah, uint and then dword and then d3d format. Okay. Uint. Guys, don't say the D word. Not in my Christian stream. What's D3D format? Is that a type def or is it a? Yeah, that's an enum, I think. That looks like. Yeah. Okay. Oh, oops. D3D format. I think I already added this before. Dong? True. All right. Width, height. Oops. Refresh rate. Flags. And format. Okay. Cool. So now, when we look at this, it should be much, much nicer. I retype this to a D3D display mode. What? Oh, fuck. No. Wait, what? What? Apparently it just disappeared. Really? Why did it do that? Where did it go? I guess I'll make it again. Oh, maybe the name didn't save? Because it said struct1, so like, fuck off. Struct? Is it this? Oh, it's this. Maybe I just never gave it a name. I thought I did. Okay, never mind. Well, it's here. Got it. Alright, so now if we give that there, and let's call it display mode. Okay. So we're returning something kind of interesting. We're returning a struct that returns all the same stuff, but also has some other stuff in it. Don't really know what that is yet. I wonder if actually if we go to the PS2 version and we go to Redender, set video mode params. I wonder if these all map on, like, maybe not. These are like +3 AC. Stuff's great. Yeah, it's I don't know what the stuff is. It's all hard coded, right? Like you can look at this, you can see it's yeah, it's just hard coded to 1 and 11 and 2A and don't know what that means yet. I'm gonna guess this is probably this. I feel like. Touch plugins. It would happen in a very strange location though, that's the thing. Like this clearly happens before we even get to open, which I guess is not impossible. Something else that popped in my head at the store about magic. Magic. I don't know what that is, but... I wonder if this is another inlined DirectX function. Like, yeah, that's gonna be a struggle, is trying to figure out all the inlined DirectX functions, but we'll get there. Decomp seems like a 1 million piece jigsaw puzzle, you know? Yeah, that sounds about right. Ah, here's where it decides whether, if it's gonna be in, if it's using PAL, if it's gonna be using PAL 60 or not. That makes sense. This is actually, yeah, if we actually set these to decimal, this is 60 and 50. That's fun. I like finding stuff like that in the code, but we don't care about any of that because this game is not going to run any less than 60 hertz on a monitor, hopefully. And then I think this is basically, so here, okay. This looks like is progressive, right? Because it says if it's not 480p, yeah, if it's not 480p, then we jump over here. I'm gonna say G is 480p because it only gets set to 1 if it actually is 480p. And then these flags, where do these go? Because we're seeing it gets different things. So this is like the 480p flag, and this is the 480i flag, I suppose. So where does this get used? Oh, nowhere. Great. That's fun. Well, it must get used somewhere. Otherwise, why would it do it? Yo! No Goat. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. 4 months apparently, yeah.
It's been 4 months already, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. What happened 4 months ago? I guess I wow. 4 months was 4 months ago, I think, was like to the day where I came back. Like I took a break from April to July, and I got back on in late July. I think that sub is probably from the first stream I had back. Crazy. X360 is width? Probably. There's a lot of things that a lot of these are contenders for width. Like this can be width, this could be width, this can be width, anything that's 640 basically. This probably has something to do with it being 60 hertz though. Because it's PAL 60. But I don't know if is PAL 60 or if it's just oh wait, no, it's not. It's the opposite. This is if it's not PAL 60, this is 50 hertz. G is 50 hertz. None of this, like I said, none of this is particularly important because we're not going to worry about. We're not even going to acknowledge the existence of 50 hertz in a PC game. It's just kind of, I feel like, oh, interesting. So these get initialized up here. I just figure I may as well. This is clearly like frame rate. Or actually, I guess refresh rate if you want to get technical. We decomping burnout. Sort of. We're porting it to PC, which requires reverse engineering it. The goal is not necessarily immediately to decomp it. The goal is to just to get the PC port, and eventually that will probably result in a decomp that can be portable to other platforms too. But like, the goal is just to get it running as well as it can. 50 Hz is only cool if you also slowed down the entire game by 16%. I don't know if that's always cool, but it can be. I know that's why. Isn't that why people play Mario Kart 64? People prefer the PAL version because they go by in-game time, which is slowed down, and because the whole game is slowed down, it becomes a little bit easier to do tricks. Isn't that the case? Do you see that Rockstar is bringing GTA Definitive Edition to Android via fucking Netflix of all things? I did not see that. That seems very strange. I've never heard of that in my life. No, that is not cool. It's never cool. Whoa. I don't care about those insane speedrunners. They're wrong. Damn. All right. Fair enough. Speaking of which, let's reanalyze the Xbox build, just in case they've come up with anything new. So today on Fucked Win32 Things, group boxes are buttons and checkboxes don't check themselves unless you use auto checkbox. Interesting. Are they still all Windows? Do you still make them all with create window? Sad to have been born in the PAL area. Same. Relatable. Yeppers. My god. What are they doing? What have they done? What the fuck have they brought upon this cursed land? GTA San Andreas Definitive Edition on Steam is a cracked copy, no joke of... Really? That's funny. Shout out Creative Window X, my beloved. Sounds about right, yeah. Understandable. Understandable. Okay. So... we're getting very close, I think. This is strange, though. Like, apparently we're giving this a variable, a local variable, but I mean, RW engine open doesn't take any parameters. Engine open. Oh, wait, it does. Oh yeah, it takes the oh. Huh. Shit. So on PC, yeah, on PC it doesn't take any parameters, and on PS2 it takes one parameter, which is, you know, display ID, display identifier. For Windows applications, the display ID field should be set to the Windows handle. For null and Sky libraries, display ID equals 0. Wild! Oh, that's fun. That's so fun, because I have the window handle. Hang on, where do we get that? It's, where did I put it? Where did I put that handle? Actually, that's a good question. Where did I put it? I have a create window of my own somewhere here. I'm a bit of a... oh, here it is. Oh, I don't make it... oh, that's interesting. I'd probably have to make this global somehow, and then... so I can give it to this function. I guess for now, I'll just make a comment about it. I'll say... oops. This should be set to my hund. Don't have access to it yet. Okay. Where do I know that last song from? We're listening to the Test Drive Unlimited soundtrack. We're on track 7. So the last track would have been track 6. I remember having a crappy NES ripoff that ran at power frame rates, however all games for it were NTSC-J ones, so I had no idea. I had no fucking clue on what was going on and everything was running slightly slow. True. That sounds about right. Okay. But I don't think we've ever gotten renderware for Xbox. Like this will mention Xbox in its blurb, but I believe this is only for Windows. Comment in main CPP. I don't know, I feel like fine, but I feel like I feel like here's where it actually matters, not necessarily like I already know where the window is. This should be in CB3 Graphics Manager at some point. I mean, it's probably have to be in other things as well, but like I feel like I would have been able to find that. Anyway, doesn't really matter. So yeah, the problem with what I'd love to know is like, so we're giving it local 2C. Is that actually also what we give? No, we give it local 2.8. Strange. Oh, local 2C is local 2.8. Great. Okay, so these are actually the open params. Oh, comment that the handle is in main CPP. That makes more sense. I was wondering, like, that's why I was thinking, like, I don't know if we really need one here. Okay. It's in main CPP. Yeah, my bad. I just didn't read properly, probably. Okay. So this is the this is the open param. So what is it actually called? In the function. It's yeah, it is open params. Okay, cool. Open params. Pointer to open params. Yeah, right? Oh, what? Why is it a pointer to a pointer? Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably something like, it's probably okay, I think I know what this is. So you see how, this contains a void pointer, just a pointer basically. My guess is, so this is the void pointer being set, right? So I can probably even define that actually. So if I can say Arduino engine open params, go here, use structure, open params, and we'll give it a it's going to be 4 bytes in size. It's a void pointer. It's a where'd that go? That's another thing. Does anyone else hate how in Ghidra, like, the windows will just kind of, I don't know how they've done this, but they'll just kind of disappear behind other things for no real reason. Yeah, display ID, that's what it was called. I'll try and find like an example, but like, yeah, like, I don't know. Blame it on Java swing issues. Yeah, I know, but like, why? Anyway. Okay, so in theory, if this is correct, this pointer to is actually going to be W engine open, is that what it was? Yeah, cool. And then yeah, it's setting the display ID, which is probably not what it was actually called on the Xbox, but yeah, whatever. Do you think anyone has ever like I just want to know what this was on Xbox, but like I don't know if I don't think the Xbox version of this stuff has ever leaked. That's the problem. Oh, I can't search on GitHub because they flagged my burner account as being a burner account. I'll try searching it up on here. Oops. That's not what I copied. No, okay. RW engine open file. I'll just rewrite it. Okay. Display ID. I guess it's always going to be a void pointer. I'm just curious. Yeah, if there's no like documentation, maybe do you think librw has documented this? Librw. How did GitHub find out? I don't know. I think they're just like... I think they just... Any burner account. Fuck that. I'm just gonna, I'll clone it then. Whatever. You can change the look and feel and swing. I'd recommend flat laugh might be what is being used. Actually, it looks very similar. I'm using, I think, flat dark or whatever. Flat dark, yeah. It's a fine looking theme. It's perfectly fine. It's just like weird UI glitches happen all the time. Do you not have an Xbox decomp for this? For what? No, this game has never been decompiled before. And the Xbox version... Oh, you mean of renderware? No, the Xbox version of renderware has never leaked. Only the PS2 and the Windows version. Okay. Oops, I wrote it twice. Where did they put it? Oh, apparently they didn't put it anywhere, huh? How the hell does that make sense? Wait, do I have to... How do they have... Hang on, RW engine open? How do they have renderware but without this function? What sense does that make? I mean, I'm assuming that's not the case. I feel like that cannot be the case. I feel like there must just be something I'm doing wrong. Or maybe they, Oh, I see. They have named things differently. Okay. That's good to know. Sure, it would be packaged with the Xbox version. Yeah, but what I need is the documentation. Like, yes, it's in there, but that's what I'm looking for, is the documentation. Oh yeah, they don't fucking... Okay. Does librw not have like Xbox support yet? Maybe they don't. I was just curious if they did. The thing is, I don't even know what the status of librw is because of that whole lawsuit and because of they haven't updated in 9 months now. So I don't know if it's done. I don't know if they plan on continuing it. That's the concerning thing about it. But whatever. It's not super important. I'm just curious. Yeah, but I guess it doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, wait. So if I think I might be. I mean, I guess it's not a waste of time because like it's all learning. It's all good. It's all research. What happened to librw? librw is being developed by the people who were who were decompiling GTA 3 and Vice City. They got sued by Take-Two. That lawsuit dragged out for a couple years because Take-Two wanted to sell as many remasters as possible. It doesn't appear they had any intention of winning the lawsuit. They just wanted to drag the decompilers through litigation as long as possible so that they could sell as many remasters as possible. And but yeah, it seems that now that the lawsuit is over, they eventually dropped the lawsuit. They haven't gone back to the GTA team hasn't picked it up. So my guess is they might have come to an agreement like, hey, we'll drop this lawsuit if you promise to not do any more work on it. And they were probably like, yeah, all right, fair enough. And so that the decomp is kind of, well, it's not necessarily in limbo. It's probably more accurate to say it's been abandoned. But I'm not sure about librw. I don't know if that's because that wasn't part of the lawsuit. They weren't getting sued over renderware. But maybe they've abandoned that as well. Who knows? It's so frustrating to be that cheap. Yeah, it's it's corporate tactics and whatever. It's just how it is, I suppose. T2 being the usual greedy T2. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I think that's because that's kind of I think it's especially clear in retrospect that they had absolutely no intention of winning that lawsuit. Like they made it go on as long as possible, and then before it got to trial, they just dropped it. So like, yeah, they had no intention of winning. They probably had no intention of, like, I was interested in that case because it could have set some precedent. Like, what does the law actually think of non-clean room decompilation projects? Not headquartered, led by like just random people in their bedrooms as a hobby. What do they think? Currently, we don't know what the law thinks. We have precedents we can point to that are like vaguely similar, but we don't actually know what they think. This would have been the precedent-setting case, but before they could set any precedent, they dropped it, and that was probably the idea, to drop it before they could set any precedent that they wouldn't like, you know. So anyway, that's just my thoughts on the matter. Oh, I haven't defined it. Oops, that would have been a bad. How far were they with the decomp? Would they have had even finished in time to affect the sales of the remaster? The decomp was like done. You could play. It was like almost fully playable. I think there were a couple like glitches here and there, but they also fixed some issues that were present in the original release. It was pretty good. Like I can actually. I'm fairly certain I could install it right now. Yeah, and it's pretty playable. Oops, yes, yeah. X11, I'm not a Wayland user. Technically, that's what declaratory judgments are for, though for on a federal level at least, it would require an active case or controversy. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't it be fully legal then? Possibly. Again, we don't know what they think. There is precedent to suggest that that if you fix bugs, the US doesn't have a law that says you're allowed to decomp if you fix bugs. There's precedent to suggest that if you fix bugs, it could fall under fair use. So we don't really know. This would have set the precedent, and it's quite possible they would have won. It's quite possible they would have been found to be in fair use. It's just they never got that far. In the EU, it would have had a good chance. The EU does actually have a law that says you can decompile and fix bugs. That being said, the law doesn't say like. The law doesn't necessarily allow you to upload your decompilation to GitHub, but outside of that, yeah, the process of decompilation is permissible. Didn't a guy get paid 8K to fix GTA 5 load times? Did he? I don't know about that. I decided I wanted to actually do this now because why the hell not? think so. I think that's all it is. And then go to here. Oh, we need to make a yeah. Define.cpp. Cool. Oh. Wait, CMake. I can. Do I have the CMake extension? I do. Configure. I think it would be. I have a toolchain to get this to compile in Windows. Oh, in with MinGW. So, I guess it would be unspecified, and then I have to set the toolchain somehow. I guess I can do it like this. Toolchain file equals. I'm not a lawyer. I just read up about a lot of this stuff. I'm by no means like the most knowledgeable or anything like that. I think that'll work. And then we also want to do it in. Do rel with debinfo. It's always good. Cool. And it linked up with the MinGW compilers. That's nice. And if I build, how do I build? Where's the build button?
How do I use this TTS monster thing correctly?
So if you click the reward, it should have a link that says, to tts.monster/MattKCLive, and that'll tell you all about it. Yeah. I'd love to have it so that the TTS monster is hooked up to my subs and cheers as well. But it's a little challenging because I wanted to keep Microsoft SAM, and Microsoft SAM is obviously not part of TTS monster. So I'd need to find a way to like join the two, which theoretically shouldn't be complicated because TTS monster says they're introducing an API. But the API it's in like closed beta at the moment, I think, and I requested access to the beta. They have like a form you can fill out so that you can request access, and they never got back to me. So I don't know. I don't know where we're at with that. Spent 10k to ask how it works. Yeah, you got to TTS monster decomp. As we all know, the solution to every problem is to decompile it. Okay. Game large enough to make them look bad? Yeah, possibly. The process of decompilation is probably entirely legal in the US too. Where we need precedent set is, as you note, in whether it's legal to share or make available that decompiled code. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Yeah, the fair use doesn't explicitly say you can. The process of decompilation is protected, but it probably is. Yeah, but as for like sharing it, that is where it becomes a little dicey. Yeah. So I started decompiling my refrigerator. Yeah. TTS monster is probably written in PHP, so there's nothing to decompile. Based. We should just write everything in PHP. That might be the most unpopular thing I've ever said. There are some people who hate PHP. I get it. I do get it. But there are some people who hate PHP. I remember on Olive, we got an issue on the GitHub for the program, not even for the website, for the program, saying like, please rewrite your website not in PHP, because apparently he was having some issues on his end, and he had that issue up for like a couple hours, and then later on he closed it because he realized I think it was an issue with his ad blocker or something like that. But his whole issue, the issue was literally called, please rewrite the website not in PHP or something like that. It was very funny. I hate PHP, and I don't even know anything about it. I absolutely see why people like PHP, or people hate PHP. it's just convenient sometimes though to write something, to write a small like web page and just add like a little bit of PHP to it. That can be pretty convenient. I will agree, it is not a very well, like the spec, the language, it's not very well thought out. And I think even PHP admits as much. I think they, up until like 2014, they had no formal spec. It was just kind of, they threw shit in, and a lot of it was just kind of C-like because they were familiar with C. But yeah, sometimes it's just convenient though. Yeah. All right, so how do I actually will sound like such an idiot saying this? Here we go. CMake build. Oh, it's F7. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So it's adding the my toolchain file to the build as well, and CMake does not like that. Okay, well, oh, build arg. I added it as a build arg. That's probably my bad. It's a configure arg, and because it's in, I guess because it's in alphabetical order, it's going to be down here. All right, well, that makes sense. Cool. Okay, I'll fix that. I'm learning. Okay, yeah, gotta fix that. Oops. It's clearly didn't have this in the clipboard anymore, and I have to include define.h, just kind of globals in general. Undefined reference. Oh yeah, because I didn't add it to the CMake yet. Cool. Oops. How do I run it? Oh, doesn't really matter. Don't have to do that now. It's all assembly anyways. It does all eventually become assembly, that is true. Okay. Alright, where was I? So I decided I was going to do this now, just because why the hell not? Seems like we're just supposed to cast to it. That seems to be the implication. For a Windows application, the display ID field should be set to the Windows handle of type Hund. Yeah, I think so. For null and sky libraries, zero, yeah, we're not worried about any of that. Cool. Yeah, so I feel like this could work eventually. We've made good progress. We've made a good start to decoupling renderware. I mean, this is just the initialization stuff, so like, you know, it's not huge, but it's something. Yeah, it might be time for me to finish up. It might be time for me. I need to go get some groceries. I need to go to the gym at some point. Ew. But yeah. Is this even valid on the PC version of Renderware? Because I realized what we've kind of done. What I was saying earlier about I might have wasted time, but no, not actually, because there's no such thing as wasted time. It's all good information. Is that I don't think on Windows we would be setting up the display mode independently of Renderware. So we'd be setting the display mode to be something like we'd be setting that up with the window. and then RenderWare would just render to that window, right? So that feels logical to me. But maybe not. Then it says, because this still exists. Determines the number of video modes available in the currently selected rendering subsystem. The function should only be called after the engine has been opened. Gotcha. What does it return? Oh, a boolean. If it successfully did it or not, I guess. Well, I mean, who cares? Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, we've made some progress. Nothing to be ashamed of there. It feels like we've just kind of scratched the surface, and we probably have. That's probably exactly how it is. But you know, not bad. Not a bad start, you know. At least we have started, right? We just need to work out all this other shit. Oh god. This is gonna be difficult. This is gonna be a tough one. I feel like I'm just now realizing this might actually be somewhat difficult. Oh well. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. Let's see if any of my friends are streaming. See if we can commit a raid. A challenge. It is a challenge, you know, and I'm happy with that. I don't mind. I'm just realizing how much work this is gonna be. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Have a very good rest of your day. I will. I'm looking forward to putting together some dinner. Yeah, good times. Alright, well, I'll see you guys next time. I don't think anyone else is streaming. I mean, we could raid Fluffy again, but after a while, it's just like, oh, he's just gonna be like, man, you guys again. Anyways, goodbye. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'll be back, I think, probably on Friday. Probably doing more of exactly the same, you know? See you guys. Bye-bye.